penuhkan tempat yang kosong tu. Yang boleh penuhkan lah, duduk saja. Lepas perasmian tu boleh balik ke tempat asal lah. Okey. Yang mana dah habis makan tu letakkan pinggan di tepi, penuhkan. Sebab kita punya participant ada yang on the way, tak sempat. Jadi kita nak you orang duduk jangan bagi ruang kosong lah. Kalau tak ada, boleh duduk di tepi lah. Okey, yang mana staff-staff PSA kita suruh ke depan lah. Okey, penuhkan ruang depan. Okey. Minta kerjasama. Okey. Okey, itu cara program kita pada pagi ini adalah kita ada baca doa oleh Ustaz Safwan. Lepas tu welcoming remark by Dr. Chandra. Then opening remark by Dr. Shaniza, Wakil KP. Dan juga opening ceremony by Pengarah Musti Nanoteknologi Kebangsaan, wakili Timbalan Menteri Alam Sekitar. Then we have a keynote speak one, then forum panelists until 10:45. Diumumkan ketibaan Div-Div terhormat ke Conference International Bridging the Gap for Greener Tomorrow. Dipersilakan Tuan Haji Ulaimi, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik Malaysia, VIP Dato' Dr. Muhammad Yusof bin mewakili Dato' Muhammad Yusof, yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Ahmad Mukiza bin Harun, Pengarah Pusat Nanoteknologi Kebangsaan Malaysia, Dr. Shaniza binti Ahmad Zainuddin, Pengarah Bahagian Penyelidikan dan Inovasi JPPPKK, Timbalan Pengarah merangkul Pengarah PSA Dr. Alfaz, Engineer Vijendran, dipersilakan ke mengambil tempat di ruang depan. Okey. Majlis akan dimulakan dengan nyanyian lagu Negaraku. Diminta para hadirin berdiri. Terima kasih. Diminta para hadirin di rumah mengambil tempat duduk. Boleh duduk. Dijemput duduk. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani. A very good morning. Welcome everyone, terutama kepada div jemputan kita yang berbahagia, Profesor Madya, Engineer Dr. Ahmad Mukiza bin Harun, Pengarah Pusat Nanoteknologi Kebangsaan Malaysia, Tuan Haji Ulaimi yang berusaha, Tuan Haji Ulaimi, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, yang berusaha Dr. Shaniza, mewakili Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, Pengarah Bahagian Penyelidikan dan Inovasi, yang berusaha Dr. Alfaz, memangku Pengarah Politeknik Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz, PSA Politeknik Shah Alam, pengurusi Chairperson Malaysian Green Technology Society Dr. Chandrasekharan, pengurusi CEO of ERL Engineer Vijendran, pengurusi Carbon Green Carbon Dr. S. Sugumaran, barisan pengurusan PSA, div-div jemputan, para peserta bagi program International Seminar on Green and Sustainability, Bridging the Gap for Greener Tomorrow, dan juga kepada para wakil-wakil pelajar yang berada dalam Dewan pada pagi ini. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani dan salam Politeknik se-Malaysia. Terutama kami bagi pihak penganjur mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih. We are very pleased to announce that this is the first international conference on green and sustainability which is having in Politeknik Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz. Kita bagi pihak MGTS sebagai penganjur yang pertama, penganjur utama bersama dengan Politeknik Malaysia, di mana Politeknik Smart Green PSA penganjur bersama dalam program ini, mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti kerana memberi ruang dan peluang kepada kita untuk menganjurkan program ini di PSA. Kita bagi satu tepukan kepada JPPKK. Bagi pihak MGTS juga kami merakamkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua div-div hormat, terutama kepada Timbalan Menteri Alam Sekitar. Kita jemputan tetapi beliau tak dapat hadir, mewakili Dr. Muqziza selaku pengarah nanoteknologi kebangsaan Malaysia. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih Doktor kerana dapat meluangkan masa dalam kesibukan kerja untuk merasmikan program ini. Program ini merupakan satu program yang penting dalam era digitalization, di mana green and sustainability adalah satu agenda utama di globe, di mana-mana kita berada. Jadi di sini kita tepat pada waktunya. Kita ada 3 segmen kita akan lakukan. Jadi sebelum kita memulakan program ini, kita menjemput Ustaz Safwan untuk melafazkan doa bagi merestui majlis ini. Dipersilakan Ustaz.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, dengan penuh rasa syukur kami merafakkan puji dan syukur ke hadratmu atas segala limpah rahmat, taufik dan hidayahmu sehingga kami dapat berhimpun pada hari ini bagi menjayakan seminar yang penuh bermakna ini. Ya Allah, jadikanlah pertemuan ini sebagai majlis yang Engkau limpahi keberkatan, kerahmatan dan ketenangan. Bukakanlah pintu hati kami untuk menerima ilmu yang bermanfaat. Kurniakanlah kefahaman yang mendalam, kebijaksanaan dalam menilai kebenaran serta kekuatan untuk mengamalkan segala ilmu yang diperoleh. Ya Allah, berkatilah para pembentang, penceramah, moderator, urus setia dan seluruh peserta seminar ini. Kurniakanlah kepada mereka kesihatan yang baik, ketenangan jiwa, kelancaran dalam menyampaikan ilmu serta keikhlasan dalam setiap amanah yang dipikul. Ya Allah, semoga seminar ini menjadi wadah percambahan ilmu, perkongsian pengalaman, penyatuan fikrah serta pemangkin kepada lahirnya idea-idea yang bernas demi kemajuan agama, masyarakat, organisasi dan negara. Ya Allah, kurniakan kepada kami hati yang sentiasa mencintai ilmu, memelihara integriti, menjunjung amanah serta membimbing kami agar sentiasa berada di jalan yang Engkau redai. Rabbana 'alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika adabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana hab lana min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi lana min amrina rasyada. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Majlis merakamkan ucapan terima kasih kepada Ustaz Safwan atas bacaan doa tersebut. Izinkan saya go through the program. Kalau kita scan QR code, kita boleh dapat program itineraries. Kita akan ada slot sampai 9.30, 9.40 sesi pembukaan, di mana selepas ini welcoming remarks oleh Dr. Chandra. Selepas itu disusuli opening remarks Wakil Ketua Pengarah JPPKK Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik Kolej Komuniti akan disampaikan oleh Dr. Shaniza. dan diikuti dengan ucapan perasmian oleh VVIP kita yang berbahagia Profesor Madya Engineer Dr. Ahmad Muksifza bin Harun. Selepas itu kita akan ada sesi keynote pertama yang akan disampaikan oleh Engineer Vijendran Viraya, Vice President of ERL Rail Link, dan tepat pukul 10 kita akan ada, dalam 10.10 kita akan ada panel discussion di mana 4 panelis kita akan jemput untuk mengadakan sesi perkongsian, dan 10.45 kita akan tea break. Dan sesi kedua akan bermula 11.15 hingga pukul 12.45. Selepas tu pukul 2 hingga pukul 5. Dan dalam pukul 5 tu kita penghujung rancangan. Jadi kita minta semua yang para hadirin berada bersama kita. Banyak sesi perkongsian akan dikongsikan bersama. Untuk partisipan ni kita ada daripada luar negara. Kita dah buat YouTube. Kita ada partisipan daripada luar negara. Kita ada juga partisipan daripada Polisas, 5 orang dalam perjalanan akan sampai. Kita juga ada 15 orang pensyarah PSA. Terima kasih kepada Dr. Aftas kerana sudi melampaukan masa mereka. Kita juga ada staf-staf sokongan untuk perasmian. Pada dasarnya kita anggarkan dalam 50 orang. Tetapi ada yang memilih online. Jadi atas hari Isnin. Tapi walau bagaimanapun, program ini kita susun untuk mendapatkan pengetahuan dalam ESG, Environmental Social Governance, Circularity and Climate Action for Sustainable Future. 3 kategori kita bagikan. Jadi banyak input akan di-sharing dalam arena green and sustainability. So kita harap para hadirin dapat manfaat. Semua presentation kita akan bagi dalam Google Drive kemudian. Okay? Jadi enjoy the section. You have any question you can ask. Jadi without a delay, I would like to call upon Dr. Chandra. Sebelum saya panggil Dr. Chandra, izinkan saya memberitahu sedikit latar belakang tentang Dr. Chandra. Dr. M. Chandrasekharan is a leading expert in sustainability and green technology, serving as a chairman of Malaysian Green Technology Society, MGTS, and HRD corporate registered training provider aligned with Malaysian Green Technology Master Plan 2017 to 2030 and carbon neutrality target by 2050. He acts a prominent figure, a speaker, consultant, and resource person across Malaysia, Asian, and border Asian region. Dr. Chandra collaborates with government bodies, industries, association, and international framework to drive practical policy-aligned solution. He regularly contributes regional events like in Kuala Lumpur Sustainable Summit and Asian ESG Leadership Forum. And he worked in future on a platform including EPIC Asian ESG Positive Impact Consortium and HRD Corporation ELH Learning Hub. With that, I would like to call Dr. Chandrasekharan, the chairman, the president of Malaysian Green Technology Society, to take the podium to address his welcoming speech. Dr. Chandra.
Salam sejahtera dan salam madani. First of all, Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya IR Dr. Ahmad Muksifza bin Harun, Pengarah Pusat Nanoteknologi Kebangsaan Malaysia, mewakili Timbalan Menteri MOSTI Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Muhammad Yusof bin ABDUL. Selamat datang Tuan Profesor yang berbahagia. Seterusnya, Yang Berusaha Dr. Samsuri bin Abdullah, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan Kolej Komuniti, diwakili oleh Dr. Shahriza binti Ahmad Zainuddin, Pengarah Bahagian Penyelidikan dan Inovasi JPPK. Okay. Alright. Seterusnya, Haji Ulami bin Yahya, Deputy Director General Planning JPPKK. Yang Berusaha Dr. Ahmad Aftas bin Azman, Timbalan Pengarah Politeknik Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz SHAH. Yang berusaha rakan saya Tuan I.R. Wijindran Wiraya, Vice President ERL Link Sendirian Berhad. Dan seterusnya, rakan-rakan seperjuangan daripada agensi kerajaan, para pakar industri, ahli-ahli akademik, ahli jawatankuasa Majlis Green Technology Society, seterusnya para hadirin dan delegasi seminar yang saya hormati sekalian. Selamat datang ke seminar Bridging the Gap for a Greener Tomorrow, Synchronizing ESG, Circularity and Climate Action. Saya amat bersyukur dan berbesar hati kerana kita dapat berkumpul hari ini demi satu matlamat murni, merapatkan jurang pelaksanaan demi masa depan negara yang lebih hijau dan lestari. And YB yang bahagia Profesor, this is the first time kita ada beberapa ministry across the ministry we are doing the activity, and I think it's a very good support daripada government untuk mencapai matlamat kita ke arah hijau yang lebih lestari. Para hadirin yang dihormati, berdirinya saya di sini hari ini membawa amanah sebuah persatuan yang dibina atas dasar cinta atau kelestarian alam sekitar dan teknologi hijau. Sebab itu persatuan ini disebut Persatuan Pencinta Teknologi Hijau Malaysia dan bahasa Inggerisnya disebut Malaysia Green Technology Society. Ditubuhkan pada tahun 2014 dengan satu misi jelas, menjadi jambatan yang menghubungkan inovasi teknologi hijau dengan aplikasi praktikal di peringkat komuniti dan industri. Sejak awal penubuhannya, persatuan ini bertindak sebagai pemangkin dan pemikir strategi. Kami bermula secara kecil-kecilan. It started with 16 good friends in year 2014. Masa itu teknologi hijau belum lagi begitu popular di Malaysia, and the ministry at that time was National Resources and Environment Ministry. Kalau tak silap, menteri semasa itu ialah Yang Berhormat Datuk G. Palanivel. Alright. Kami bermula secara kecil-kecilan mengumpulkan para profesional, jurutera dan pencinta kelestarian alam sekitar yang percaya bahawa teknologi hijau adalah jawapan kepada krisis iklim dan pemanasan global. That means back in 2014 itself, we already anticipated this pemanasan global dan juga krisis iklim. Hari ini, Persatuan Pencinta Teknologi Hijau Malaysia atau lebih dikenali sebagai Malaysia Green Technology Society telah berkembang menjadi sebuah entiti holistik yang diiktiraf bukan sahaja sebagai penasihat teknikal, malah sebagai rakan strategik negara dalam memaju agenda kelestarian. Kejayaan persatuan ini tidak hadir secara bersendirian. Kita bergerak ampuh hasil daripada jalinan kerjasama erat dengan kementerian-kementerian yang menjadi tunjang negara. Bersama MOSTI, Kementerian Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi, Malaysia Green Technology Society merupakan rakan Minggu Sains Negara dan banyak aktiviti yang telah kami jalankan di sekitar 5 atau 6 tahun sebelum ini. Dan malah aktiviti ini telah diadakan semasa zaman COVID juga. Alright. Dan ketiga itu mantan menterinya ialah Datuk Seri Adam Baba. Alright. And he has supported us a lot. And kami rasa macam apa kembali pada ayah angkat. Okey. Kita sentiasa sehaluan dengan memacu penyelidikan, pembangunan dan kita membantu dalam pengkomersialan teknologi hijau. Melalui dana dan platform inovasi MOSTI, kita membantu menterjemahkan idea-idea saintifik tempatan menjadi penyelesaian teknologi rendah karbon yang boleh diguna pakai oleh industri dan komuniti. Jadi tujuan persatuan is not only to work with the industry but also with the community. Right? Apa-apa dasar di atas itu harus kita capai dan kita harus berkongsi dengan community so that community is aware of the green aspect of the nation. Bersama KESUMA, Kementerian Sumber Manusia, Persatuan amat menitik beratkan penyediaan tenaga kerja masa hadapan. Melalui kolaborasi bersama KESUMA, kita memfokuskan kepada pembangunan kemahiran hijau, green skills dan latihan semula, upskilling para pekerja. Ini penting bagi memastikan tenaga kerja tempatan kita bersedia mendepani industri berteraskan circular economy dan ESG. Sehubungan dengan ini, Malaysia Green Technology Society juga merupakan training provider yang berdaftar dengan HRD Corp. Bersama NRES, Kementerian Sumber Asli dan Kelestarian Alam, kita berdiri teguh di belakang dasar-dasar perubahan iklim negara. Aktiviti bersama NRES memfokuskan kepada advokasi pemeliharaan khazanah asli, pengurangan pelepasan karbon serta penyelarasan standard kelestarian nasional bagi mencapai sasaran net zero carbon menjelang 2050 dan juga pengukurannya pada 2030. Tinggal lagi lebih kurang 4 tahun lagi. Alright. So that's why a lot of agencies, NGOs, we are trying to achieve the target and do a lot of things. Okay, bersama Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi, kolaborasi dan MOU dengan Universiti Teknologi Mara, UPM, Inti University, Manipal University, Politeknik dan College Community sering bekerjasama dalam aktiviti rendah karbon, SDG, kehidupan bandar lestari, kereta listrik dan teknologi drone serta IoT dan AI ke depan. Hadirin yang dihormati, impak Malaysia Green Technology Society kini telah melangkaui sempadan domestik. Di peringkat Malaysia, kita menjadi penggerak utama kempen kesedaran, kelestarian alam, teknologi hijau serta perubahan iklim. Di peringkat akar umbi, menganjurkan audit hijau serta membantu merangka polisi-polisi lokaliti bandar mampan. Di peringkat ASEAN pula, sebagai sebuah rantau yang pesat membangun, cabaran iklim kita adalah serupa. Persatuan kita kini aktif menjalinkan kerjasama strategik dengan badan-badan bukan kerajaan dan pemain industri di peringkat serantau. Kini berkongsi best practices dalam teknologi hijau, mempromosikan pasaran karbon ASEAN dan mempamerkan keupayaan inovasi Malaysia sebagai peneraju teknologi hijau serantau, khususnya di ASEAN. Seminar hari ini dengan tema Bridging the Gap for a Greener Tomorrow menyasarkan 3 pilar utama, ESG, Environmental Social Governance, Circularity, Ekonomi Kitaran dan Climate Action, Tindakan Iklim. Wawasan saya sebagai pengurusi dan wawasan kita bersama untuk Malaysia adalah jelas. Kita mahu melihat sebuah negara di mana teknologi hijau bukan lagi satu pilihan, sebaliknya menjadi gaya hidup atau standard operasi wajib bagi setiap industri dan masyarakat. Kita perlu menyelaraskan amalan ESG supaya ia tidak sekadar menjadi laporan di atas kertas, tetapi memberi impak sosial dan ekologi yang realistik. Kita wajib mengamalkan prinsip circularity di mana sisa buangan ditukarkan menjadi sumber kekayaan baru. Akhir sekali, setiap tindakan kita mestilah berpaksikan impak positif terhadap mitigasi perubahan iklim. Sebelum saya mengakhiri ucapan saya ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada seluruh ahli jawatankuasa penganjur, khususnya Tuan Dr. Kesavan Ologanathan, rakan-rakan saya dari ERL Link Sdn Bhd, MOFSHA, Kolej Metroklasi, JPPKK, Universiti Pertahanan, NRS Solution Sdn Bhd, CILT Malaysia dan juga tidak ketinggalan Politeknik Shah Alam. Barisan Kepimpinan Politeknik Shah Alam telah banyak membantu kami dan sedia membantu untuk menjayakan acara ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi Tuan Aftar dan Puan daripada JPPK. Dan salah satu rakan kita ialah Kedutaan Republik Azerbaijan di Kuala Lumpur dan kementerian-kementerian terlibat dan anda semua yang hadir pada hari ini. Mari kita gunakan ruang seminar ini untuk membina rangkaian, bertukar idea secara radikal dan pulang dengan plan tindakan yang konkret. Jurang yang ada hari ini bukanlah penghalang. Sebaliknya, ia adalah peluang untuk kita membina jambatan menuju masa depan yang lebih hijau. Sekali lagi, terima kasih kepada Yang Berusaha Profesor IR Dr. Ahmad Mukhfizah bin Harun, Pengarah Pusat Nanoteknologi Kebangsaan Malaysia, mewakili Timbalan Menteri Mosti Yang Berhormat Datuk Dr. Muhammad Yusof bin Afdal kerana sudi menghadiri pembukaan seminar. Akhir sekali, Bridging the Gap for a Greener Tomorrow, Synchronizing ESG, Circularity dan Climate Action untuk semua kita. Terima kasih.
Majlis mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Chandrasekharan selaku pengerusi Malaysian Green Technology Society. Since it's an international seminar, kita akan buat dual bahasa sebab kita pun tengah buat YouTube. Foreign countries are looking at us, so we will use dengan minta izin dual language. Okay. Seterusnya, minta maaf kita running out of the time, tetapi walau bagaimanapun kita akan make sure we will finish on time. Okay, seterusnya thank you for Dr. Chandra for the opening remarks, welcoming remarks. We would like to invite, with the kind permission from Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Ulaimi bin Yahya, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik College Committee Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi. With your kind permission, we would like to invite Dr. Shaniza binti Ahmad Zainuddin, Director of Research and Innovation Center at Department of Polytechnic College Community Education, to deliver her opening remarks on behalf of our Director General, Dr. Syamsuri Abdullah. Dipersilakan.
All right, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Kesavan. Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya, Insinyur Dr. Ahmad Mukhfizah bin Harun, Director of the National Nanotechnology Center under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI. Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Ulaimi bin Yahya, Deputy Director General of Planning, Department of Polytechnic and Community College, Ministry of Higher Education. Yang Berusaha Dr. Ahmad Aftaz bin Azman, Deputy Director of Polyteknik SULTAN SALAHUDDIN Abdul AZIZ SHAH, acting as a Director. Ladies and gentlemen, dear students and fellow lecturers, mates. I'll be delivering these opening remarks in English, so bear with me. It is a profound privilege and honor to stand before you today at this pivotal seminar, Bridging the Gap for a Greener Tomorrow, on behalf of the Department of Polytechnic and Community College Education, JPPKK, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the Malaysia Green Technology Society for organizing this important platform. Today, we successfully converge the minds of around 60 dedicated professionals, academics, policymakers, and industry practitioners here at Polytechnic Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah to deliberate on one of the most defining imperatives of our era, which is environmental sustainability. The theme of today's seminar, Synergizing ESG, Circularity and Climate Action for Sustainable Future, perfectly mirrors the complexities of our current global landscape. Nations worldwide are grappling with unprecedented environmental challenges, from accelerating climate change and biodiversity loss to acute resource depletion. These crises demand a swift strategic shift towards sustainable economic models. Guided by aspiration for sustainability, human-centric values, and global competitiveness, Ministry of Higher Education continues to evolve, shaping resilient nation builders prepared to contribute to an advanced and sustainable future. Sustainability is one of the core values of higher education to show a commitment to responsible practices that safeguard environmental, social, and economic well-being for present and future generations. In alignment with the Madani concept, sustainability emphasizes moral and ethical stewardship, inclusivity, and environmental awareness, guiding talents to adopt eco-friendly practices, promote social equity, and foster green innovation. The ninth shift of Malaysia Higher Education Blueprint 2026 to 2035 addresses planetary health and sustainability, integrating environmental and social consciousness into education. As a leading technical and vocational education and training TVET provider under the Ministry of Higher Education, JPPKK firmly believes that education is the most catalytic instrument driving sustainable transformation. TVET institutions occupy a distinctive strategic position where we act as a vital bridge linking high-level sustainability aspiration with practical on-the-ground execution. Our mandate extends for beyond conventional education. We are actively nurturing the architects of the future green economy, including our technicians, technologists, innovators, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders who will implement circular economic practices and ESG integration directly into the workforce. So I believe that today's event is crucial and pertinent, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful outcome takeaways for all of us at the end of the day, inshallah. In pursuit of the resilient future, we recognize that sustainability cannot exist in silos. Thus, we have this platform. It must be woven holistically into the very fabric of education ecosystem. To drive this, we have our Green TVET roadmap. We also that outlines the green attitude, values, and culture, where true sustainability starts with a mindset of cultivating environmental responsible attitudes, robust ethical standards. We have in our system in JPPKK as well as at PolyCC, Polytechnic and Community College Environment, we have actually come out with a framework on green, and we have started long, I think about 10 years ago. Yeah, and it is an ongoing process, and we actually have planned up to 2050. So it's a long time, and that shows our commitment in ensuring that ESG is implemented in the Ministry of Higher Education, particularly in the Polytechnic and Community College ecosystem. In closing, let us stand guided by the inspiring resonance of the Malaysia Green Technology Society's motto, which is to drive sustainability, create the future. Let us always remember that kelestarian teknologi alam hijau SDG Tanggungjawab Bersama. It is our collective responsibility to our students, communities, future generations, and the planet we share. The decisions and partnership we forge today within our respective organization will shape the world of tomorrow. Let us unite our effort to bridge the gap for a greener tomorrow by transforming education, empowering societies, driving innovation, and building enduring partnerships. With that, I wish all of you a highly productive, insightful, and collaborative seminar, and I look forward to our panel discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
It is an honor and pleasure on behalf of the organizing committee. We would like to thank Dr. Shaniza binti Abdul Zainuddin for her opening remarks. Thank you, Doctor. Now is the time where we are waiting the official launching of the international seminar on green and sustainability, bridging the gap for the greener tomorrow. Allow me to give some biodata of our chief guest, Associate Professor Engineer Dr. Ahmad Mukhfiza bin Harun, is a distinguished Malaysian academic engineer and nanotechnology expert. He is appointed as the Director of the National Nanotechnology Centre, NNC, under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, MOSTI. His background spans key roles in both industry and higher education, current roles, Director of the National Nanotechnology Centre, NNC, and Associate Professor at the Faculty of Engineering, Unity Malaysia Sabah, UMS, Education. Holds a degree from Nanyang University, South Korea, and a master degree from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, UTM. Professional affiliation, a professional engineer with the title of Engineer IR, registered with the Board of Engineers of Malaysia, BEM, and served on BEM Evaluation Panel Industries. Experience began his career as an engineer with Samsung Electronics in South Korea, later returning to Malaysia to work with Samsung Display Devices and Sony Technology Malaysia Research Focus. Specialized in micro and nano electronics device design, nanotechnology and electronic compatibility, EMC. He is also a published author of an engineering textbook like Theory Asas Lita, Basic Theory, and so on. With that, I would like to invite our honorable chief guest, Associate Professor Engineer Dr. Ahmad Mukhfiza bin Harun, to officiate our international seminar for today. Doctor, the floor is yours. Is it okay?
Yeah. Okay, Assalamualaikum dan juga selamat pagi. Cerita sikit lah kan, before we go to the officiating the remarks. Semalam baru tiba daripada Paris, menghadiri something that related to the climate change. So tadi ada climate change, memang dekat Paris sangat panas. 100 orang dah meninggal sampai ke hari ini. Because daripada 24 Jun sampai ke 28 semalam, 100% died because of a climate change. So the issue, bila I got a letter or emails daripada saya punya superior, so doctor come back to Malaysia and please give opening speech. So saya tanya regarding what? So regarding the synergy ESG, security dan juga climate change. Semalam pukul 12 malam. Semalam baru dapat jawab memorandum jemaah menteri untuk bagi intervention bagi rang undang-undang perubahan iklim. Sama macam sekarang. So I guess that saya boleh bercakap sikitlah untuk hari ini based on that my capacity. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan juga salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berusaha Dr. M. Chandra Sagaran, Pengerusi Persatuan Teknologi Hijau Malaysia. Yang berusaha Dr. Samsuri bin Abdullah, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Pendidikan Politeknik dan juga Komuniti, yang diwakili oleh Dr. Shahiza binti Ahmad Zainuddin, Yang berusaha juga Tuan Haji Ulaimi bin Yahya, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah JPKK. Yang berusaha Dr. Ahmad Aftas bin Azman, Timbalan Pengarah Politeknik Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz SHAH. Yang berusaha Tuan IR Vijayendran Viraya, Vice President ERL Link Sdn Berhad. Yang berusaha Datuk Kanagara Jaraman, Presiden Mosbah. Yang berbahagia juga pengurusi majlis, para tetamu kehormat, wakil-wakil industri, ahli akademik, rakan strategik serta hadirin sekalian. Okey, alhamdulillah saya merakamkan penghargaan atas kesempatan untuk bersama-sama dalam program yang amat signifikan ini. Tajuk yang dikenakan sangat bertepatan dengan pertuan semasa dunia yang sedang berhadapan dengan cabaran perubahan iklim, kemerosotan sumber asli dan tuntutan terhadap pembangunan yang lebih mampan. So hadirin yang dihormati, kelestarian bukan lagi satu pilihan tetapi satu keperluan. Dalam menghadapi cabaran ini, 3 elemen utama perlu bergerak seiring, iaitu environmental, social dan juga governance ataupun dikenali sebagai ESG, ekonomi kitaran dikenali sebagai circular economy serta inovasi berasaskan sains dan teknologi. So ketiga-tiga elemen ini menjadi asas kepada pembangunan ekonomi yang lebih berdaya tahan, rendah karbon dan juga inklusif. Mesti memainkan peranan yang amat penting sebagai pemacu pembangunan teknologi hijau melalui penyelidikan, pembangunan, pengkomersialan dan juga inovasi. So pelbagai inisiatif sedang diperkasakan dalam bidang hidrogen, teknologi nano, bahan termaju, kecerdasan buatan, bioteknologi, tenaga boleh baharu dan juga teknologi penekan karbon bagi menyokong aspirasi negara ke arah ekonomi sifar bersih karbon. Pada masa yang sama, pendekatan ekonomi kitaran perlu menjadi budaya dalam industri. Sisa tidak lagi dilihat sebagai bahan buangan semata-mata. Sebaliknya sebagai sumber baru yang mempunyai nilai ekonomi. Inovasi dengan kitar semula bahan kritikal, e-waste, bateri EV serta pemulihan mineral nadi bumi merupakan antara peluang strategik yang mampu memperkukuh keselamatan sumber tenaga negara. Hadirin sekalian, agenda ESG juga memerlukan kerjasama rentas kementerian, industri, institusi pendidikan dan juga masyarakat. Tiada satu pihak yang mampu bergerak secara solo, secara bersendirian. Jadi pendekatan quadruple helix yang menggabungkan kerajaan, industri, akademik dan juga komuniti perlu diperkasakan bagi mempercepat pembinaan teknologi serta penghasilan penyelesaian yang beri impak kepada rakyat. Selaras dengan aspirasi Malaysia Madani dan juga komitmen negara untuk mencapai pelepasan karbon sifar bersih menjelang tahun 2050, mesti akan terus memperkukuh ekosistem STI melalui dasar yang progresif, pembiayaan penyelidikan yang strategik serta penggalakan inovasi yang mampu diterjemahkan kepada penyelesaian sebenar. Marilah kita bersama-sama merapatkan jurang antara dasar dan pelaksanaan, antara penyelidikan dan pengkomersialan serta antara aspirasi dan juga tindakan. Hanya melalui sinergi yang kukuh antara ESG, ekonomi kitaran, inovasi dan tindakan iklim, kita mampu membina masa depan yang lebih hijau, lestari dan sejahtera untuk generasi yang akan datang. Dengan itu saya merasmikan international conference ini yang bertajuk Bridging the Gap for the Greener Tomorrow, Synergizing ESG, Security dan juga Climate Exchange. Sekian, terima kasih.
Majlis merakamkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Dr. Yang Berhormat, Yang Berusaha Profesor Madya Engineer Dr. Mughizah bin Harun. Thank you for your welcoming opening ceremony remarks for this seminar. We would like to invite Dr. Chandrasekhar to deliver a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Dr. Mughizah, and also Dr. Shaniza, to receive a token of appreciation from Dr. Chandra. Please, on the stage. to Dr. Muk. Sir, Doctor. Ini untuk profesional saya kemudian. Endorse. Thank you, Doctor. We would like to call upon Tuan Haji Ulaimi to receive a small token of appreciation from the organizing chair. Our Deputy Director General, DPCCE. Thank you, sir. We would like to invite Dr. Shaniza to receive a small token of appreciation on behalf of the organizing committee. Thank you, Dr. Chandra. We would like to take a photo. The photographer will be taking from here. Then we will start with our keynote speaker one. So let's give a good view. The photographer will be taking from this angle for our album. Okay.
Meja lalu lah.
We would like the students to be at the behind there. Just make a line there so that you will be captured. Fill the gap. I think we need to balance it. Please, yang sebelah sini, tolong ke hujung sana. Bagi penuhkan di bahagian ruang tu supaya tak nampak lompang. Yes. All the students from Majlis Perwakilan Pelajar PSA, they brought for the opening ceremony today. Thanks to the coordinators and the lecturer involved, HEP. Okay. Okay, please start. Okay, thank you very much. The students, they have a class to attend. They will be leaving our section. But the other participants will be here, the participants and the PSA lecturers and the audience. Okay, we have two more sections before we take a break. Now we'll be listening for a keynote speaker with the title of First Keynote, Beyond Compliance, Integrating ESG into Corporate DNA and Academic Curriculum, which will be delivered by Engineer Vijendran Viraya, Vice President ERL Rail Link. Let me read about his biodata before we call upon him to the podium. Engineer Vijendran Viraya is a Vice President of Assisted Service Management at Express Rail Link ERL and ERL Maintenance Support EMAS in Malaysia, a University Technology Malaysia graduate. He specialized in rail operation, maintenance and asset management. He has been a prominent figure in Malaysia and in industry, building his career from an engineer in 22 to executive leadership. He frequently participates in National Railway Solution panels representing ERL on technical ESG focused initiative. Vijendran Viraya joined ERL Maintenance Support Sdn Bhd EMAS in February 2002 as an engineer, overseeing the overall civil station railway facilities for the parent company, Express Railway Link Sdn Bhd. Vijendran was transferred to ERL in 2014 and promoted to his current position of Vice President in charge of Asset Service Management, with over 20 years of experience in railway system maintenance and management. He is now responsible for performance of ERL railway system, operation maintenance, its subsidiary and subcontractors. He also in charge of government and stakeholders relation. Vijendran is a professional engineer registered with the Board of Engineers Malaysia with a bachelor degree in engineering and master degree in business administration. With that, we would like to call upon Engineer Vijendran Viraya to take the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Kesavan. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, Profesor Madya, Dr. Dev Kerormat dan para hadirin sekalian. Just. Okay, first I would also like to thank Dr. Chandra. So dia invite supaya para hadirin sedikit sebanyak dapat belajar how ERL incorporated, embedded and embrace ECG into our system. So since we are a corporate organization, I did accept the invitation, say, okay, let me share how ERL does it, so that if there's anything y'all can learn and y'all can also be free to ask question. So if you move on. Okay, so okay, before we start, so we have to actually introduce ourselves. Banyak masa kita beritahu ERL, a lot of them take it us as KTM, Prasarana, ERL, and surprising. And today is also a day LRT3 is in operation. So ERL is express train serving from KL Central to KLIA. So we have been 22 years in service. So for 22 years, we have been doing what we call 99.7% on-time service performance. So we are one of the world-class railway expert here locally, and 99% managed by Malaysian. So that is something we are proud and we have achieved. So kepada siapa yang belum pernah ambil train, please next time for your trip to airport, take the train. Okay. So on this, since being the railway, we indirectly are green energy because we use electricity. But we wanted to start incorporating ESG element into our system. So for this, we did the planning. So far, not much railway has incorporated ESG. So why not be the pioneer to do this? So moving on this ESG role, we identified with the requirement of UN SDG goals, how many goals that we can incorporate. And after doing this study, we need to have a team, what we are doing, what we want to call ourselves. So when we come up with a theme or our approach, we call it the Go Green Express. So that's been our theme to move forward with this ESG, SDG, where in ERL we will call this as a Go Green Express. So after coming up with a theme, the next thing we do is a Malaysian style, we do a t-shirt. So this is the t-shirt we are wearing. So this will be a weekly thing or an event thing where we need to promote first. First there was so many apa ni selalu t-shirt. But yeah, at times when you wear it in a group and everything, people acknowledge there are something different is being done. So on today's event, so that's why I was sorry if I'm not formal, but I'm just promoting my Go Green Express. All right. So we move on next. So I'm not going to go through the slide indirectly. That's why it's flash here. I'm just going to go back. So like I mentioned, under our ESG, what we put it in, we shape it as our SESG. Kita ada tambah depan S. So because when we did this program, a lot of the people in the department, everything feels that safety plays a very big important thing. It's a paramount thing. So we have our framework which call it SESG. So the first S is actually safety. And then we incorporate the others ESG item into this. So when I mentioned when we started, so this is what we do it. So the earlier question from the stakeholders, everything, everyone was saying sustainability. Can we sustain? So that was one of the items that it's no more a question. We have to incorporate sustainability. So the approach that we took, we had few FDG focus group discussion. So we detailed it out. A lot of departments, basically all departments were involved. The framework was done. So that was our focus group discussion was held. What SDG goals are we incorporating? So what is the relevant to our system? So a lot of them were doing on this, the framework. It actually took a while. So quite a lot of them, the resistance is just, why should I do this extra work? So we initially had this resistance, but along the way when they understand, it's just, this is the future going in. You can't just become efficient. You have to also be responsible. So when we incorporate ESG system, we indirectly become efficient mode of transport and also responsible organization. So in our ESG frame, when we focus all this, then this is where the first S came in, because a lot of them said, hey, safety, safety. So we want to make sure that the staff comes to work, they go back safe every day and every time. So that was also one of our key of incorporating. Next. Then when we start work out this, of course, again, we have to do the Malaysian way. We have to have a big start. So we have what we call it, the birth of the ERL as ESG framework. So on our right is our CEO, Datin Norma. So we had the Ministry of Environment to launch it in UPM. Our track passes through UPM. So we did it in a scale that we had this Project Hijau Hopia Odarata with ERL UPM. We collaborated with UPM. This was our launch of our ESG report. The minister did it, and then we are able to incorporate for the last 2 years. Next. So, like we put here, our next station is safety. So, how did we come deriving into the safety? Hang on. Okay. So, with the recent LRT derailment, so there has also been an issue on the ministry side. But safety is something very high priority on railway or any transport for the sake. So you need to have a mindset of zero harm. So you don't take things for granted. So on that basis, it's always on our side continuous training and awareness and a strong governance on safety. So the framework, this framework, when we put it in, there's a lot of training being put, a continuous training for the staff, for the contractors. Just an additional on this. So when we started on ESG, there was additional input that we also need to really govern the external people, contractor working in our environment. So based on that, when we put in condition, a lot of initially a lot of delays in getting approved certain work quantity, but it's just that being in the mindset of safety. So these are the things that we adopt in to ensure that zero accidents takes place. So next. So the next one is environment. So on the environment, three main focus: energy efficient, emission reduction, and resource optimization. So these are the three key elements that we put it in. So on energy efficient, you can see on the right hand side photo, that is our depot. We start embarking on solar panels. As much as possible, how many solar panels we can put in, reduce the dependency of TNB side. So just that in railway, our peak hours are before the sunrise and after the sun goes down. So having a lot of panels at the moment, it gives us a reduction of the off-peak time, but the main focus on the peak hours is still not there until the technology improves. Currently, the pending of the technology is on the battery storage system. Hopefully, in future, this technology becomes more available for us to put it in. Then emission reduction. Of course, the usage of it, Professor Madhya was also talking about the waste. So how we put it into the waste system, how we collaborate, how much less green energy that we can go in. So that is included in. Resource optimization. A lot of this, all these 3 R's comes into the picture. How we can maximize our utilization. So over the bottom photo is all the waste management. How much have we collected? How much have we used? So we also have this EV into our station. We promote the usage of EV vehicle coming parking in our station. By the time usage, there is a charger provided for them to use. So that is on the environment we focus on. Next. Okay, on the social. So this part is still a little bit behind. So if you can see, we considered not only on that, equality. So the chart on the right shows us by gender, race. So this is currently the composition. Of course, you can see ladies side, there are very less. So usually when we come to hiring everything, it's a fallback. Have a look at this. So who we need to increase, who is actually having more. So position being filled. So this is one of the agendas are being used in order to make sure we align with the SDG goals and ESG goals that we have. So if you have composition, so if you have a lot of ladies who are interested in applying, feel free. We have a lot of vacancies. We can transfer on the ladies side. Okay, then move on. The last one would be governance. Okay, on the governance, again, 3 main pillars: transparency, ethical conduct, and accountability. So we had this part slightly easier to adapt because we were already an ISO. So all the principle of this governance were captured there. So when we're moving to ESG, the transition was not tough. The transition was easier for people to adapt when we move on to the governance. So we have on the right hand side, those are the senior peoples there. We have the cyber security, data protection, what we have been doing in practice covering. So also we can sort of how this is incorporated into our DNA. There was just like a personal experience where we had this waste management. So under the waste management in ESG system, it is quite costly. So because the guy who is throwing the rubbish also has to be competent. So at that time, I questioned one of my procurement, why can't we get someone else? Then he said, Vijay, we are a ESG company. We have to follow the rules. So I know then that the lower level are incorporated into their DNA of following what needs to be done, carried out. Yeah. So quite a lot as this become part of our culture. So a lot of activities, they come up with a lot of activities to be done. But it's not just spending money, because as a corporate, we also, every money that we spend, we want to make sure that we earn back that money or earn more. So a lot of program on the energy side for transport, especially railway. Energy makes up the biggest cost. At least 40%, for close to 40% of our, what do you call it, operation and maintenance costs is on electricity. So on that basis, we start working with a lot of providers where we can reduce this cost. So big renewable energy. We could say almost all except one station are actually, we have solar panels. So it's being supported by solar system. Then of course, tree planting along the corridor. If you say railway corridor, biasa very long and tak ada apa-apa. Kecuali in the hard area you have bandar. But along the corridor we cross through from KLIA sampai Sri Kembangan. So we have embarked on tree planting where we can promote, increase the or reduce carbon emission from our side. So these are the green projects that we carry on. So of course, by doing all that, the main goal is sustainability. So based on all the work that we have done and everything, we have brought down, what we call it, per passenger. So if there's one passenger taking the train to the airport, so his carbon emission is at 33 gram sahaja. So if I'm not mistaken, the car is at 11 kg. So please don't take your car to airport, take the train. So you take the train, from 33 gram emission we reduce down. So you are also playing your part in green energy, costing us. So this is where, and we manage to reduce, what do you call it, 44,800 tons of carbon dioxide emission each year. So that is equivalent close to, I believe, 11 million cars from the road. So this is so far. So of course I would say the other railways doing, but they are not counting. So we take the priority in informing first and take the credit. But of course railways, that's why railway is already a green, but it's just that being better is not the question here, because we are better than the cars, we are better than the bus, we carry mass, we reduce down, we are a catalyst for urban development. But it's not about being better, it's now being best of ourselves. So individually all have to be the best in ourselves. So in ERL, being best in ERL is whatever programs that we have the potential, we have the resource to do on our own to be best in our field. So that is where we come back, we start putting in this thing, a lot of trainings being put for the staff, try to embed this into their DNA, what do we put it, culture, trainings. So this is the journey so far we had. So we have So at last, I will say safety is our foundation. Innovation drives our progress. Accountability ensures we deliver. So from Go Green Express, thank you.
Is there any questions for our first keynote speaker? If there is any question from the audience, we open. He'd like to take 1 or 2 questions, if you have. Okay. Yes, please.
Saya dapat question daripada Dave Kerumat ni, bahaya dia.
Okay, selamat pagi. Okay, one question only. So, because the ERL company, go for the greener stage of carbon emissions. So, the ERL already got the green certificate for the carbon footprint, or is it still under 50-50 or still under?
Green certificate, not yet. So we are going with it, the plan for green certificate. So avoided carbon, we have already made 0.
Yeah.
So now we are going for the net carbon 0. But green certificate wise, it's just that the top management, board of directors, they have not made the decision, should we go for it. So hopefully that decision comes in, we will proceed with it, Professor.
Okay, right, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, my question is basically just on the government side, do you actually since we are talking about safety and that's your first pillar, so what about the documentations? Do you, for example, as simple as PTW and all that, do you still use paperless? Do you still use paper, or is it all digitalized?
I like paper, but the company going towards digitalization. So, on that, of course, a personal experience. My senior, the one I reporting said, one time I was holding up this paperless. I said, I'm not going to sign, do this. He came back and said, this is the direction. You like it or not, you have to follow. So we are going digitalized on this paperless. Touching but the effectiveness is what we feel is holding up. So too many digitalized items. I just feel the governance of it, they are not flipping through to check. They're just pressing the click button to proceed. So that part, something that has to be worked on. So in terms of green, yes, digitalized. But in terms of the proper accountability, I don't see, because they just press approve, reject. Rather than when you press approve, how is it that, have you looked into the checking process? But as company, we are going digitalization. So hopefully my batch will be retired so that the next batch gets digitalization. Anything from the...
Any questions from the audience? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to Engineer Vijendran. Okay, there is a slight changes since it's already 10:20. We would like to welcome. Okay, before that, we would like to call upon Dr. Chandra to give a token of appreciation for the first keynote speaker, Dr. Engineer Vijendran. Please. Thank you, Dr. Chandra. Thank you, Dr. Engineer Vijendran. Okay, we will take a break now for 20 minutes. We will start 10:45. We have a panelist section, forum section after this. It's supposed to be 10 to 10:45, but we changed a bit. The VIP will go for, we welcome all our dignitaries, the VIP, to have a coffee break with us. Then we will start 10:45 the second forum, first forum on the ESG, then followed by the keynote speaker number 2. So we will take a break for 20 minutes. We will be resumed back 10:45. Thank you. For those who want to have a cup of coffee, it's there behind. You can catch up a cup of coffee. Okay. So we will take a 20 minutes break. Thank you. Background music. We have some mihun behind there. Those who want to have some mihun, we have fresh mihun with cup of coffee. Please help yourself, the audience. We will start in 10:45.
loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. Moving on, moving on. Loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. Moving on, moving on.
Okay, it's 10:50 now. We would like to start the panelist section. We will call upon all our participants to back to your place before we invite our panelists to in front. Okay, please take your seat, please. Okay, we will start now for the next section, panel discussion, bridging the gap, improving ESG, reporting accuracy through academic and industry partnership. Okay, so this panel discussion is between academic and industry. What are the gap? How we can do partnership for ESG agenda in green and sustainability. So with that, we would like to call upon representing academia panelists, Dr. Shaniza binti Ahmad Zainuddin, Director of Research and Innovation Center at DPCCE. Please take your seat here. We would like to call upon technologies Dr. Nur Fadzila binti Muhammad Taha, CILT Industry, CILT Defence University of Malaysia. We would like to call the representative from industrial panelists, Engineer Vijendran, Vice President of ERL Link, the other side. Lastly, we like to call Datuk Kadagaraja Raman, President of MOSPA. This panelist forum will be moderated by myself, technologist Dr. Keswan Ulaganathan, Smart Green Manager from Polisas. Okay, very good morning. We are after the break. I think some of them still outside there. But anyway, we cannot wait. We need to start the forum. And for your kind info, there is around 70 people are on YouTube at the moment, the viewers, 70. We also broadcast in Malaysia and outside Malaysia. Okay. A very good morning to all our panelists, Dr. Kana, Engineer Vijendran, Dr. Shaniza, and Dr. Fadzila. Okay, so the topic is how we're going to run this forum is we will be going one round with all the panelists with the topic, with their experience. They are going to say a few words because we want to finish it by 11:30. So each of them were given 3 minutes to say something, 3 to 5 minutes. Then we will open to the floor. What you would like to ask, anything on the panelists, questions. Then we will wrap up the section. This is how we plan the section. So first at all, let me brief what is this bridging the data gap. You see, in the current world, we are facing the partnership. We call it industry, academia, institution, industry linkages, IIL. Industry institution linkages is the big gap. It's a mismatch in our curriculum where university students, graduates, polytechnic students, our graduate employability, even it is a big, but sometimes there's a mismatch with the current era. The IR 4.0, we are moving to 5.0. So we want to know where is the gap? What is the gap between the current we need to improve? What is in the perspective of academia, in the curriculum, in the perspective of industries, where are we lacking? What we should do? Especially how are we going to improve the ESG, environmental, social and governance elements in terms of what are you all doing, focusing in this in your field? So with that, I would like to start the section with Dr. Shaniza. What is Department of Polytechnic and College Community under Ministry of Higher Education shaping ESG in academia to make our green and sustainability to flourish in Malaysia?
Okay, okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Kesavan. Hello and good morning, everyone. To start off, what have we been doing in our system? Basically, that's it. Okay, first and foremost, green and ESG is not new. It's not new in the ecosystem of Polytechnic and Community College. First and foremost, we have actually started way back in 2010. Just to inform all that the curriculum, after we have done all the programs, when we talk about the programs, academic programs in polytechnics and community colleges, all the programs, we actually has embedded a green element to ensure that it is being practiced and the awareness is being instilled in the program. Thus, all the students will have familiarity and they are also indirectly involved if, let's say, they don't know about the green actually, but they are doing it without realizing because it's in the program. When we talk about the program, is the diploma, certificate, and also the degree level. So all have been done. That one is under just for the students only. However, when in developing a curriculum, it also involves lecturers as experts. So in doing that, we need experts. Before experts, they have to go for trainings. So with that, the lecturers will be trained to know about ESG, to know about green, then only they can actually execute in class for their teaching and learning. That is the basic academic level. Okay, I think I start with that first.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shaniza. I think Dr. Shaniza briefed insightfully what the Department of Polytechnic and College Committee is doing at the moment, where they're emphasizing the curriculum, the green curriculum they impart, because that is one of the requirements from the ETech, the audit team, where they want our diploma or our Polytechnic Premier degree certification is in part with the needs of the green and sustainability from the globe. So we are in line. So they are taking a lot of areas, innovation, and they are doing. So let's hear from industrial side. What is the gap you are thinking? Still there is a lacking, the partnership between the industry and academia, especially on the green. So I would like to know some few opinion from Engineer Vijendran on this aspect.
Okay, from corporate side, of course, the gap gets filled up only when there is vacancies. So it's just that with the information that we have now, the diploma holders, the academy having this knowledge of ESG is an added advantage when they come aboard. Because when we currently, the seniors, when they leave the service, it's just there is less because they are from a different mindset. So when the seniors leave, when the juniors takes over, the academicians, like what they have mentioned, the new one. So it's an added advantage if they have all these ESGs information, all these ESGs thought process and kind of their culture. They know that they want to do it in a way that not only gives companies profit, but also, like I mentioned earlier, like a responsibility. So by having that, it is an added advantage to the companies. So we know the people we are taking already have the basic fundamentals, foundation. So it's just easy for us to go to the next stage. At the moment, it is a struggle on this foundation because we have to teach, reteach the existing. So as Pon mentioned, hopefully the new ones, at the moment, to be honest, we didn't see that on the new ones, but coming soon, hopefully we can see the new ones having a different mentality on this culture.
Thank you, engineer. I think it's well captured, saying the phenomena which we're having. By looking at the current scenario is a big challenge because we have a globe crisis where America is having a crisis with Iran. The oil money is going up. Even before the war started, we are having economical crisis as well. But this is becoming worse. And every time when people say there is no budget to do this green and sustainability, so I think in the middle of difficulty lies opportunities. We need to find things out of the box. And furthermore, the generation gap, those who are from the baby boomers, they become the X generation, Y millennium generation, and we have Gen Z now, and it's going to be Alpha generation coming in 4 or 5 years' time. They will be in the colleges. You see, the Gen Z mindset is different. If they are interested, they want to do it. So we need to adopt this green culture into them to make it them life is greener. So this is another challenge where we can look after it. Furthermore, so we would like to hear for another panelist from the university, from the academia side, Dr. Technologist Nur Fazlina. What is the success story from UPNM, University Pertahanan Malaysia, Pertahanan National Malaysia, you have done to make this agenda, the partnership linkages between academia, institution and industries, make it any success story on the ESG? Can you share with us?
All right. Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for having me today. I'm so grateful because not because of representative of University of Technology, University of Pertahanan Malaysia, but also representative of the women and in the logistics and transport Malaysia. I'm the chairperson of Women Logistics and Transport Malaysia. So back to your questions. I want to relate to the one of our case study in UPNM. Recently, we did one of the case study on the Living Lab testimony for the students for the waste food. So this research, we want to see whether the student have awareness on the food waste, because they eat every day, right? In the cafe, in the canteen, something like that. But we don't know how the awareness is not there. The students still waste the food every day. So how we want to achieve the awareness among the students? So we did the research on the collected the data from them. So it's a success story. We present that in the UPM last year. And then the research is, we got the best research, is under ESG 12. So under food waste, we did this research successfully. This is a success story for the UPNM. So I bring that research to the CILT. Maybe some of you don't know about the CILT. So CILT is a Chartered Logistics in Transport Logistics in Malaysia. It's established around more than 100 years. It's started in London, UK. But now Malaysia is like a fourth top in the world, leverage on the logistics and transport. Behind that, we have the sustainability, right? So I bring this research to the CLT, and now we are forcing with the halal logistics together with the ESG. That's a success story that I can share. Maybe after that we can leverage on ideas on that.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Wow. We thought only CILT. So you're the chairperson. Thank you. Okay, right. Very nice. You see, she have said in her remarks just now, the food waste compost. Okay. There is a lacking in our culture. We should learn from the Japanese culture, the South Koreans, how they utilize this energy waste, zero energy waste. Every single thing, even in China, So these are the benchmarking. We are not going, we should bring our students, we should go there and take all this, bring back and implement, not just go see sightseeing and come back, nothing implemented. So this is the culture we need to adapt and adaptation. A lot of things we can do. Even when I was in Polytechnic Sandakan Sabah, we used to collect all the waste, we will put it in the field to make it a baja, compost, fertilizer, and we plant for the agriculture. We do this in Polytechnic Sandakan Sabah. They have agriculture. But I don't know about other polytechnic. This culture, every polytechnic, every university, the million of tons in a day we are wasting the food. But where this food goes? So these are another part where the green aspect we can think about it. So back to another industrial panelist, Dato' Kanagaraja Raman, the president of MOSPA. Maybe Dr. Dato', you can explain to us what this MOSHPA stands for and what are you all doing in the green improving ESG at your particular institution for a sharing section so that we can take a point from industrial. Yes, Dato'.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think even before, I think during the morning session, I think we have heard from you, Sir Vijendran. When he has said ESG, the word first is S in front. That means it's safety. Everything goes with safety. Even when we were in Putrajaya, ERL was going through Putrajaya from Central to KLIA. But we were so concerned of environment. In Putrajaya, when we are doing the projects, construction, everything, now you go to Putrajaya, you see a big lake, 14 kilometers of a lake. But it's running, it's a man-made lake. So one more thing in Putrajaya, you will never find a workshop. Because they are so concerned, if you have a workshop and if it rains, even the engine oil, black oil, it might run to the lake. So they are concerned. They don't want the lake to be polluted. But for your information, the whole lake in Putrajaya can be drained out. We have a system, we can drain out the whole water. You know, the Langar River, it runs in one circle and comes back. So that's concern on the ESG. So whenever we are doing all the projects now in the whole throughout Malaysia, safety comes first. But nowadays, more concern is ESG. Environment, for the green technology, even in projects in Putrajaya, we were so concerned of not too many of vehicles. Because vehicles emit a lot of smoke and all that. I realized in one project, they said they gave points for water treatment, rainwater hours and all that. So they are concerned of more onto green technology. I think if you ask me more onto safety, you wanted to know what is MOSPA. MOSPA is Malaysian Occupational Safety and Health Practitioners Association. I think we have about 2,000 over members with us. And nowadays, you know that safety, how important is the safety. One time they said you must have a safety officer for projects more than 20 million. Below 20 million, you must have a supervisor. But now they have come to the concern where even 5 workers at the site, you must have a coordinator. That means you have a workshop, you have a welding shop where 5 workers, you must have a coordinator. This is mandatory. So that's so much the government concern of the safety. But if you have another panel session to talk about the safety, I'll be very glad.
Okay. Thank you, Dato' Kanagaraja. Okay. So we are very clear what is MOSPA. MOSPA stands for. Okay. So back to the green. The first round we have done some introduction. Now we are into the ESG practices. Then I will open the third round to the floor to ask question on this particular topic, what we are talking about today. Okay. The ESG. First, we have a green and sustainability. We have 5 pillars of green. Especially we are talking about green. Most of them doing green, just one off in academia. Industries, they are very clear. In academia, we say, okay, we do green, some program, then we are done, finished. Actually, there's 5 pillars of green. Green technology, green research, green culture, green curriculum, and green environment. So which green are we focusing now? We cannot focus every green in 1 year. Maybe one green takes 2 years. So if you want to say you're fully green, you might take a decade. 2 years for one green. Either you want to be green research and innovation, you want to be green culture, you want to be green environment, green community, and green technology. So we have to see what we want, which pillars are we focusing. So in academic, we need to focus every angle if you want to be green. We just cannot say we just change this LED light to fluorescent to LED and we go green. It's not like that. So it will be, and it should be sustainable. That after the green and sustainable, we have green but we don't have sustainable. We only do green but we don't maintain. We only want to achieve the KPI. Once we achieve the KPI, we are happy. But those who are coming, the next people taking over the job, they are not achieving the KPI. They were looking for another. So it's not a sustainable. Then we move on. They move on to ESG. The current trend is ESG. Environmental, social and governance. Even in Malaysia, we are focusing on that. Even our Prime Minister is focusing on ESG. Even our polytechnic system, KPT, also focusing on ESG, where environmental, they are expect there's a lot of pillars under environmental, social and governance. So my big question is now, when we talk about governance, every time when we want to do something, we ask for budget. So how is academic side solving this problem in the green and sustainability environment? How are you all managing your budget to make this agenda sustain? Any takers from the panel?
Okay. I think I go first, and then maybe Doctor can add. Okay, let me share a little bit of the practice that we do at polytechnics and community colleges. This is what we do. We link with the industries. We get industries partners, we work with associations, we work with agencies, because it's impossible to implement something huge, as the moderator said just now, that include of 5 elements, big elements, and claim that is green without support from others. We just can't do it alone. So we work together. So to cut off budget, because it's something, because the trend is, I think Malaysians, especially if we don't see it, it's as if it's not there. But because we have heard of quotations, we inherit this earth from our future generations. It's not ours. So the responsibilities is for us to do it now for our future generations. So I understand, totally understand. The budget is very tight, because we also look at other aspects as well. For example, students' needs, their teaching and learning, their well-beings. Nevertheless, as the representative from the department and also Ministry of Education, we take it seriously. In fact, it becomes one of the 9th shift of the blueprint, higher education blueprint on planetary health and sustainability. That shows how we prioritize in making and in ensuring that we are working towards it. It won't happen in a week, it won't happen in a month, it might take a decade, but we are doing it rather than just using what we have until it's all gone. So that's my take on it. To answer that is the linkages with the agencies, with our industries partners, and also with the agencies, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Janiza. Well addressed on this. Let's see from UPNM and CILT side how you all manage.
All right, I like these questions because it's relate to it's relate to academic, and my perspective on that is that before we ask for the money, we try to figure out how we can convince them to invest with us. So what I did is I like to do, first thing first, I like to proof of concept. I like to do a pilot study with the students so that the awareness is there. So the industry know that, oh, we need to invest that. Last week I had the 2 hours talk with the Suruhanjaya No, Suruhanjaya Pulau Pinang, Suruhanjaya Industri Pulau Pinang, something like that. 2 hours talk with them. So I talk about the brown line of the industry, something like we still are stuck with the brown line of legacy, something like we in the port, for example, in the port, they put the mindset with the, oh, we just do this, we want to go green. So in order to go green, we have to eliminate all the brown legacy. You can Google with the brown legacy. Then we have 70 years expected that from the brown legacy to go green. So I deliver the keynotes for 2 hours for that. That's the main point that I want to do, the awareness to others that we need to know what is the proof of concept that we want to enhance in order for them to invest with us. Especially the academia, for in order industry to representative the money from them to us. So we need to do a proof of concept, something like that. Because in the research, we need to around $1.5 trillion to invest, especially for the sustainability. So it's a lot of money. So how to invest? Then we have to put the first thing first, proof of concept, awareness. We have to do the pilot study, then convincing is there. So that it's easy for them to invest. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Thank you. From the academic side, we have heard about them. Let's hear how industrial side will like to have to help the academia on the funding aspect. Do you have any CSR project budgets where we can come and see you all? What are kind of documents you need to do the collaboration? How user-friendly is the industry to have the academia to fulfill the national agenda? We would like to hear from both panelists, our panelists.
I'll speak from the ERL point of view. So we are a medium-scale company. So on that basis, dollar and cents matters. So on the CSR part, it's just that if it gets something, a cost saving to us, then by all means, we are into it. Because if it's just CSR and then outgoing, it is a tough challenge to provide funding. Because whereas we ourselves require funding on the transportation, but of course the bigger industries have a bigger budget. But when, like Puan was mentioning, the proof of concept and then the pilot study, these are the things that actually also what liking to us is just that if we know step by step, there are good chances, possibility that these things materializes, and based on the outcome of it, it gives us a better impact. And from there onwards is where we actually get the budget to support the academics.
Thank you, Engineer Vijendran. Maybe Datuk Kana, you can also talk about this and related to the safety aspect, how you can open the door for us, the academia, to collaborate with your agency.
Probably, I think if I need to talk more onto safety, yes. But then I might ask the assistant from my vice president, who is sitting over there also. Maybe she can give on a more briefing on this.
Maybe, please, madam. Kishore. You can talk.
Thank you. Cannot say no to Datuk. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Moderator and Honorable Distinguished Guests. Yeah. I am Vicky Go from Moshpa. Okay. Salam Madani. Selamat pagi. And can I have something? Because in safety. Lindo. Can I have Lindo? I. Lindong you. You, Lindong I. In safety and environment, we protect each other. Can we do it together? Okay. This is Perkeso slogan. Okay. I. Lindong you.
Lindong you.
Okay. You. Lindong I. Now you talk to your neighbor. I, Lindong you and you. Shall we do that? I, Lindong you, Dato. Okay. You, Lindong I. So what is the culture? Protection culture. Okay. I would like to say a successful story. Yeah. All right. In safety, Dato has said all. I'll talk about the environment. In the year 2024, November, Dato lead the team of Moshpa to Aposho 2024. Now, in this Aposho 2024, we were in the mid-process of doing ISO PAS 45007. This is a guideline for climatic change, guideline for people to how to manage the high risk that is coming in climatic change. 2024. Now again, Dr. Kasavana, you said correctly. You need at least some years. Finally, the successful story in January 2026, ISO PAS 45007 was launched.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Wu. I'm from the institute, the ESG Institute from UK. I represent ESG Institute from UK. When I promote this ESG courses program in Malaysia, notice that the SME have not feel the urgency to understand the ESG and also the carbon tax. And many times I ask the logistic company, they still say they don't know about the carbon tax. May I know what is happening in Malaysia and why most of the SME still don't know about the carbon tax and ESG happening in Singapore, Europe, and US? If the academia or the expertise can help us, the SME, to clarify this. So I don't know, the urgency is still not there. They still think that the carbon tax ESG is still not an urgency. Thank you.
Is there anything the panelists want to say on the carbon tax? Because I think Mr. Wu, your question will be answered in the keynote speaker number 2. He will be touching on the carbon tax. Dr. Sukumaran will be touching on that. So he will answer your questions there. Am I right, Dr. Sukumaran? Yes. Okay. Or you want to answer now? Later, because we agree with it. Okay. So please hold, because the next section you will answer your question. Any other takers? Questions? Yes, please. Your name, your organization, and your question, please.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning. My name is Roslinda. I'm from UTHM, University Tun Hussein, Malaysia. So I would like to ask Dr. Nur Fazila. All right. Okay, so I come across, I see that you are from WILAT Malaysia chairperson. So I kind of interested what WILAT is all about. And I Googled that WILAT stands for Women in Logistics and Transport. So I'm curious, I would like, maybe you can explain what this WILAT organization is all about and how does the ESG is being incorporated into this WILAT organization? Thank you.
All right. Thank you for this question. This is a very good question because in the same time, I can promote the WILAT. All right. Okay. WILAT is a Women in Logistics and Transport Malaysia. It's a subsidiary under CRLT. It's like, if you know Chartered Logistics in Transport Malaysia, that is one of the cluster under them. So we just one of the small portion of CRLT that is dedicated to the women. This one is like we established the WILAT in Malaysia in 2012, 24th of November 2012. So CLT is already 106 years in the world, and WILAT is 2012. So it's dedicated to the women to enhance more on the logistics and transport in the world. So in Malaysia, we established that around 14 years. All right. So your question is, what is the related ESG to the women? Because when we talk about the green, it's always touch on the sustainability. So sustainability, we have 3 pillars on sustainability. So the women touch on the resilient. We want to see how resilient of these women in order to touch on the ESG perspective. So there is a lot of cluster on the ESG. So we want to touch on that resilient on the ESG. So that's why we always enhance the women to resilient in their area, something like that. So when we talk about the transport, we will talk intermodal in the transport, something like that. It's always relate to the sustainability. It always relate to ESG. That's why we as a women have to come out with the ideas. We have to be resilient on that kind of area. But we also have friends of WILAT under the CLT. So meaning that we don't use the women side of area. We also have the friends of Wheelock, meaning that all the other gender, we only have 2 gender in Malaysia, right? So men can join us as a friend of Wheelock. So meaning that you are entitled, not women, but you are entitled to, like what Mrs. Go said, I save you, you save me, something like that. We are related together. So because women are not, we cannot stand by ourselves, right? So we have men at our women word. So we have men to guide us. So that's the you can join me after this, join the Wheelock section. Maybe first thing first, you join CILT as a affiliate members. And then now you can join me as a women in logistics. We have a lot of activities in women in logistics. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think one of the best is it's a globe agenda, empowerment Tibet, women empowerment in Tibet. You see, that is a national agenda, even across the globe. We want the women empowerment in Tibet. We want women agenda in every sector. Even women are now becoming a pilot. They are driving everything. And also in universities, you see the population of women, the ladies are getting more. It's 60-40. The men's getting lesser and lesser. Because the sitting power among the women are more compared to the guys. Okay? So just a joke. Okay, one last question. One last question from the audience before we can wrap up the section. Any takers? One last question, I open. We have heard one from the industry, one from the academia. We want one last question. Anyone wanted to take? Is there any other questions? If no, then I will have a question. Either any of the panelists from the academia or any of the panelists from the industries can answer. So, what is your expectation on the ESG agenda for Malaysia? What do you think is the most important to look into it, to make it happening, to make it enforced effectively? What are the main things we need to tackle first to make sure it can be take off? So that is the final question for today's discussion. Do you think? So I just open to the panelists who would like to say anything. Thank you.
I think what you need to do first is your attitude towards that. So you have to change. In order for us to be resilient, for example, in order for us to go sustainability, we have to change the attitude. For example, jangan buang sampah merata-rata. That's the thing that we need to do first. Kan? Bawa kereta campak sampah. That's the awareness is still not there. I think I stay in UK for 10 years. I just came back for good in Malaysia in 2023. So I saw in Malaysia a lot of sampah. I think, the awareness is not there. Still tak the awareness there. So I think the awareness is, we lacking of the awareness. Agree tak?
Yeah, I agree. Transformation starts from us. Okay, the culture. Dare to make difference and dare to take the critics. Then we are there. But we don't want to, when we are too vocal, people don't like you. When you're too vocal, people don't like you, and the people want every time thumbs up, you become the follower until you retire. So there's no transformation. Okay? So from the panelist industry side, do you like to say anything?
I would support doctor's view. So it actually goes back to the individual. So just taking this opportunity to share what Gandhi actually said, the world's resource is sufficient for man's need. It's not sufficient for man's greed. So on that basis, if we go back on individually, what in moderation, everything we do, so that is something we should look upon.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to wrap up the panel discussion. It's already 11:30. So we have go through 2 rounds and we open the 3rd round to the floor. We can conclude that ESG is a very important agenda, and academia side, they are very serious on this. They have done revamp in the curriculum. They have convinced the industries with the facts and figures how they want to collaborate with the industries. Industries say dollar and sign is counted, and they want to make sure you walk the talk. We don't want just come, just do one and goes off. They don't want one-off. They want sustainability. They are very serious on this agenda. We have a safety, what we need. Okay, they protect each other. The campaign they are bringing. So together we prosperous. Planning together we prosperous. And the final one, the attitude. I really admire on that. It's also we should have 4R navigation. Always remember 4R navigation. If you want something to happen, you must place a right person at the right time, at the right place, with the right skill. Right person, right place, right time, with the right skill. If you have these 4R, whatever you want to do, it will take off. Don't just place based on your friendship, your cronies. This is my friend, there is a vacancy in this position, I will bring my friend inside. Without any knowledge, then after you retire, the thing will collapse. If you want to be serious, think about this 4R, regardless the race, regardless the anything, as long they are Malaysian, as long they are people who can deliver our agenda, they're willing to support. We want to grow our system. Then we can be not only in green in every aspect. So that should be our motive, because the attitude starts from there. And we should build a culture. You see, current generation, Gen Z, they are not bothered. They don't want to work in government sector. They don't want to work 8 to 5. They want to having their own time, working 10 o'clock until night, sleep 2, 3 o'clock. They want to have their own space. They want to be millionaire at the age of 30. But we are different. So we need to adopt this culture. If no, once we are left, we are retired, they are the pillars. And they don't have this fundamental, easily the system will collapse. So we need to train, give what they want, make sure, create the awareness. The industries and the academia need to have a very good bonding. Not only sign the MOU, MOA or MOU or LOI. After that, we achieve our KPI. It should be sustainable, at least 1 or 2 activities per year, continuous. After 3 years, look into it, whether we can take off or not. That will be a good partnership. So with that, I would like to thank our panelists, Dr. Shaniza from Department of Polytechnic and College Community, the Director of Research and Innovation Department, Dr. Noor Fadzila binti Muhammad Taha, Defence University, from Defence University, and also CILT President, Engineer Vijendran, Vice President of VRL Link, and Dato' Kanagaraja Raman, the President of MOSPA. Let us give a round of applause to them. So with that, thank you very much for the wonderful. I hope there's an important sharing we have taken away. I would like to call upon Dr. Shaniza to deliver a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Okay? Please. There is one certificate of panelist appreciation for Dr. Shenisana. From Dr. Chandra. Dr. Chandra. Okay, we would like to call all the panelists to have a photo with Dr. Chandra and Dr. Shanita. Just here. Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Be nice and keep 5 minutes, then you'll start the video. 5 minutes, yes. Those who want to have a cup of tea, you can finish a cup of tea. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, my okay, thank you. Bunyi. Okay, we will start our keynote speaker number 2. I hope all the audience will take place. We would like to thank Dr. Shaniza. She's having another appointment. She's leaving us soon. And all the other dignitaries, Dr. Chandra can take in front. Dr. Datokana can have a seat in front. Engineer Vijendran can sit in front. Okay, if you wish to. Okay. So allow me to call upon the second keynote speaker, International Seminar on Green and Sustainability, Bridging the Gap for a Greener Tomorrow. The theme is Synergizing ESG, Circularity and Climate Action for Sustainable Future. The keynote 2, The Road to Net Zero, Science-Based Target and GHG Protocol Innovation for Industry by Dr. S. Sugumaran, ISO GHG Verifier. He will touch on SDGs 7 and 13, where the panel discussion was on SDGs 9 and 17, and the keynote was on SDG 4, 8, and 12, keynote 1. Allow me to read a little bit profile of Dr. Sugumaran. Dr. S. Sugumaran is a prominent carbon and CCUS carbon capture utilization and storage leader in Malaysia. He serves as a Chief Operating Officer at CSEQ Malaysia and initiated of integrated ISO 14064+1, ISO 4064 version 2, ISO 14064 3 CSG lead auditor verifier pathway in the region. Dr. Sugumaran is one of the Malaysian most active practitioner in carbon manufacturing management, holding dual ISO 14064 GHG lead verifier accreditation from both BSI British Standard Institution and VRS certificate, Global Accreditation Bureau under the IAF multi-regional recognition, business administration specialized in carbon management, PhD in digital economy from Edmund University in 2018. Therefore, intensive field research, direct advisory work with Malaysian SME across manufacturing, logistic, food, with GST reporting, under-resourced and push into complete compliance rather than empowerment productivity. He is a founder of Carbon Scan AI, Malaysian AI-powered GHG and quanting platform deployed across manufacturing, logistic, property development, and agribusiness sector, which is the leading deployment of a carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology to Malaysian coal, power, and cement sector. He conducted facility-level GHG analysis across all 12 coal plants and 14 cement plants in Malaysia, identifying over 70 million tons of carbon per year as an addressable CCUS market, and submitted a research partnership proposal to Uniten for a pilot at the ANJUNG power plant. He was also invited by the government of Uganda to develop a national carbon inventory roadmap, and his activity engaged with MOSTI, Nano Malaysia, MIDA, Petra, and Energy Emission, and SEDC Energy Sarawak. With that, I would like to call upon Dr. S. Sugumaran to take the floor. Yes, Doctor.
Hello, selamat sejahtera and good morning everyone. So first of all, thank you so much for your audience, and I'd like to wish Dr. Kesavan, thank you so much for inviting me. In fact, I'm ex-Polisas also. I and Dr. Kesavan was together 40 years ago, the Polytechnic. So it's an honor to address Dr. Kesavan. Okay, hello, okay. So it's an honor to address Dr. Kesavan now. So I hope this session won't be boring because I'm going to go very deep inside carbon accounting. Okay, so first of all, I would really like to wish thanks to the Mother Nature to bring me here, because my involvement in this industry appears because of my love to the Mother Nature. You know something, some ideology that I used to carry. You know, they won't call Father Nature, they won't call Brother Nature, they call Mother Nature. Why they call Mother Nature? anyone got this ideology, because I always carry this ideology. Because the nature is considered as a mother. We are in a mother's womb. So that means whatever damage we are going to do for the nature, it's also doing damage back to us. So that's why I think we call it Mother Nature. Okay, so now the whole world is talking about global warming. You know, this morning, even though I was going in the car, I listening the radio, they're talking about global warming. Why everyone talking about global warming? What is to do with the carbon footprint? Anyone can give me some point or some idea what is that about? Climate change. No, actually they're talking about climate change, global warming, but they relate to the carbon. Why it's so? Any idea? Why? What the global warming has to do with the carbon? It's a bit scientific. Okay, before that, let me ask you, anyone can tell me what is the content of the carbon in the air? Berapakah kandungan carbon di dalam udara? I think we learn our science. Yes, sir. Carbon dioxide. Yes, thank you so much. So just imagine 0.04, okay, it's causing so much damage to the world. They're saying causing damage. Do you believe it's causing damage? I don't believe God makes mistakes. Only thing is we fail to decode the carbon to other products. Why I'm telling this? Because one of my initiative is bringing technology from Australia where they change carbon into hydrogen, change carbon into bicarbonate. So there is a methodology for that. Okay, I mean this is just opening. Okay, never mind. I don't want to bore. Okay, so let me go deeper into my topic. Okay, so today I'm going to touch on the road to net zero. Okay, based on science-based target and GHG protocol innovation for industry. Yeah, next. Okay, now if you look at our target, okay, the world target, we under our world target we have set 1.55 as our target. Okay, the world is already telling us something. Okay, now if we look at that heat that we have achieved, this is the statistic of what the global warming is all talking about. Okay, 2023 we have 1.45 degrees. 2024 we have almost reaching 1.55, and 2025 is 1.44. Okay, so these three hottest year ever recorded as 2023, 2024, 2025. Okay, the last 11 years, 2015 up to 2025, are the 11 warmest in the recorded history. But in 2025, the planet averaged above 1.44 degrees Celsius, above the pre-industrial baseline, and the Paris safety line is 1.5 degree. We are nearly touching it. That means under the Paris Agreement, we have decided not to exceed 1.5. But looking at that, what's happening to the whole world is already reaching there. Okay. So if I ask why 1.55 matters, it's a sound small. It's a global average, small in number, huge in effect. Half a degree more means materially more extreme flood, drought, and heat waves. Some scientists choose 1.5 as the point beyond which damage escalates sharply. That means, you see, scientists have mentioned that 1.5 degrees Celsius is considered is disaster for the whole world. It's happening. Okay, the whole world is going up to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay, that means in 2025 the average is 1.44 degrees Celsius. That means we are almost there. Let's look at what is the impact. Okay. Okay. Okay, now where we are versus where we need to be. Okay, if you look at the chart there, okay, to stay on 1.5 degrees Celsius path, global emission must fall 55% by 2035 versus 2019 level. That means for us to be at 1.5, our global emission, global heat must fall 55% by 2035. For the weaker to, at least we want to maintain 22 degrees Celsius, it will have to fall 35 degrees Celsius. Okay, now the whole world have make a pledge to Paris Agreement to maintain 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay, but current national pledges, even if fully delivered, cut only 12 to 15%. The short bar. That means even though the whole world they fulfill their pledge under the Paris Agreement, we still maintain up to 13% only. Okay. So on policies in place today, the world is heading for 2.8 degrees Celsius, nearly double for the goal. That means even though the whole world the pledge of the Paris Agreement fulfill, we are still going to 2.8 degrees Celsius. It's quite risk area we are there. Okay, 55% global cut in 10 years has never been achieved in human history. That means, you see, for us to achieve 1.5 degrees Celsius, we have to reduce our global emission 55 degrees Celsius, but it's never been achieved in the past 10 years. Okay, we are making policies, but it's quite difficult to achieve because, one thing you have to realize, the whole world is like we are in one home, If one place got a hole, if the water going to drop into the house, the whole house going to be flooded. So the problem is some of the countries are not aligned. I don't want to touch on that thing, but like Americans, they don't believe in this kind of global thing. They have different policies, but we are in the same world. Okay, that means one country's emission is going to affect the whole world. So this is the problem actually we are facing, the challenge that we are facing actually currently. Okay, so okay, next. Okay, so now, okay, this is for SMEs. Okay, now we are talking about the whole world. The whole is off target. Does your company even knows your carbon number yet? All the companies have carbon emission. Does the company knows carbon numbers? Anyone want to try any industrial? Anyone from industry side? Okay, maybe industry side can, maybe if you don't mind, can you take your hand? At least I know how to address. Anyone from industry, SMEs? Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. So your company do a carbon reporting, carbon numbers? The company knows? Yes, fantastic. Very good. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just next slide. Bye.
No.
Okay. Okay, now let's look at what this cost our country. What is the global warming cost Malaysia? Okay, Malaysia, if you're looking at 2021, we have losses. The losses caused by the global warming. That means, you see, what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to let you all understand about the global warming, and then we narrow down to the practice of all the companies. Our role as a citizen, or a citizen of the world, how you're going to reduce the carbon emission. Okay, so let's zoom, because everyone telling that we are going to plant a tree, are going to do that, but planting a tree, what is the planting a tree going to do? The whole, how going to affect? So there must be a synergy, a carbon numbers. So we're trying to bring the synergy. I'm trying to bring you all to the synergy, how it related. Okay, now you're looking at here. Okay, the statistic I have done. Okay, 2021 we have losses of 6.1 billion. Okay, death 10 of thousands. Okay, because of the global warming. And then in 2024 we have losses of 933 million. 2024. And 637 million in 2025. World Bank have predicted heavy rainfall 2015 to 2024 already cost Malaysia about 27.7 billion in lost business productivity. If nothing changes, flood damage could reach 4.1% of GDP by 2030. The point, climate risk is now a little on our profit and loss statement, not a CSR topic. That means, you see, if the climate global warming, everything is already affecting us, affecting our losses, everything. So it's a very, very crucial things to be considered. Okay. Next. Okay, that means from Paris to your pathway. Okay. Now, Paris Agreement mentioned that we have to hold warming well below 2.5 degrees Celsius and pursue 1.5. Malaysia refined Paris in 2016. NDC 3.0 submitted on October 2025. They have committed peak emission by 2030, cut 15 to 30 million tons CO2 by 2035. That means we have made a commitment to reduce our carbon emission 15 to 30 million by 2035. That means, you see, when our NDC commit 15 to 30 million ton to be reduced by 2025, it is dispersed to all the companies. That means how our governments are making a measurement is, this carbon reduction has to go to the company. All the companies have to reduce the carbon emission. Okay, and then for industry, we have proposed carbon tax 2026 and then proposed Act 777. Anyone knows about what is Act 777 of SSM recently launched the Act? There is an Act being enacted and then been finalized. They haven't finalized, they're going to be finalized. They call it Act 777. I'll touch on the Act 777 later. Okay. Okay. So now we have our target. We have a target to achieve to reduce our carbon emission 15-30 million ton. And then the governments are trying to make an enactment of laws, everything. And then how you're going to narrow down to the companies. That's where ISO 1464, okay, this standard comes in. That means it's a standard to calculate and verify your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 of carbon footprint of the companies. Okay, that means all the companies, if let's say we're going to tell the company, okay, you need to reduce the carbon. It's very subjective. How you're going to reduce the carbon? Okay, that means what act you're going to do. Okay, what's the process? One of the process is, we call it ISO standard. We use ISO standard. I'll touch on the ISO standard later. Okay, that means Paris set the world target. Putrajaya sets Malaysian ISO 1464 is how your company finds this place inside. That means we're zooming down, we're narrowing it down, okay, to carbon reduction. Hopefully I'm not very technical, but just stop me if you want any clarification. Okay. Now we're talking about science-based target. Okay. Where science-based target comes from? Okay. The science-based target, okay, it's founded by in 2015 by CDP, UN Global Compact, WRI, WWF, and same as Paris Agreement. This where, because they need to have a standard to a guideline on this carbon emission. Okay, so they come up with the standard. Okay, in 2021, first corporate net zero standard. They established first corporate net zero standard. Okay. In 2023, it is split into standard and satellite independent validators. That means they move into improvising the standard. In 2025, over 10,000 companies with validated targets. That means these companies commit to SBTi. Okay, that means what is the carbon reduction they're going to do? Because this is one of the way they try to control the carbon emission of the whole industry. Okay. Next. Okay. That means we have SBTi, we have ISO 1464. That means SBTi and ISO 1464 don't compete. They sit on the same foundation. SBTi is the target that you established. Okay, the target you established, the commitment of the companies they establish so that they align with reduction 1.5. 1464 standard is a number to calculate on the actual carbon emission of all the industry. That means these are two different parts. So both also follow GHG protocol, GHG greenhouse gas protocol. That means greenhouse protocol, it gives you a guide how to count. That means what is scope 1, what is scope 2, scope 3. That means they zoom down. They make it in more systematic way to achieve the carbon reduction. Okay. So both also same numbers, two different questions, both matters, and neither works with other. That means it complement each other. Sometimes they will, if you go to industry, they say, okay, I'm following SBTI. SBTI basically they don't measure. That means you give your commitment to SBTI. SBTI will register your commitment, and then they will audit whether you are following that or not. ISO is more zoomed down how to do this measurement, everything. Any questions so far? Okay. Okay, let's go. What is scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? In your companies, okay, if anyone have done have done the GSG reporting, sir, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? Okay, yes, that's good. So do you all understand what is scope 1, scope 2, scope 3? Because scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 is kind of a measurement under ISO 1464 to measure the actual emission in your companies. Scope 1 actually is what you burn directly. That means, see, now you are your manufacturing unit. So for you to manufacture a certain unit or certain product, you are emitting carbon. So what is your carbon footprint for you to manufacture the product? Actually, that's a layman term. That means scope 1 is what you burn directly to produce the product. That means the fuel, how much fuel you use, how much company vehicles are involved in the process. So when you use your fuel, the fuel will generate carbon, okay, CO2. So there's a calculation. Okay, when the company vehicle use a company vehicle use petrol, and then this petrol, what is that kind of carbon footprint on that petrol? So it'll measure. So this is the measurement of carbon footprint in all that products, in all that what they call gases or all the substances involved. Scope 2. Scope 2 is when your company uses electricity. The electricity comes from tenaga. Tenaga are burning coal. So the coal is producing CO2. So that means the amount of electricity you used for your production, okay, is also have a CO2 calculation. Okay, that means how much CO2. That means the one comes under scope 2. Scope 3. Scope 3 is from your suppliers. Okay, the suppliers supply you stuff. Suppliers supply. That means how much fuel they use for their vehicle. So what is the carbon emission for that thing? And then you supplying, you're exporting back how much fuel your company using. That means scope 3 is all the way your value chain and your staff business travel. That's your scope 3. Okay, that means basically this is our measurement we do in our carbon accounting. Okay, that means we have a science-based target, 2 system, not 1. That means, okay, that means let's look at the comparison. SBTI set the reduction target. ISO 1464 verifies the data behind it. SBTI is a non-profit standard body. That means this is a non-profit standard body, whereas ISO 1464 work is done by accredited verification body. That means like ISO 1464 CRM is one of that body. They do the verification. Okay, I'm part of it. I also do this kind of verification. Okay, SBTI use self-reported data and GHG protocol, whereas ISO 1464 is an independent third-party audit. See, in Malaysia for ISO 1464, now Bursa just request for you to give that reporting for ISO 1464. They haven't gone for assurance. Assurance is, that means third party have to verify the report. Start from next year, third party have to verify, because when the third party verified, the third party will make sure that whichever report you produce is accurate. Otherwise, who will determine whether this report is accurate or not? Okay. For SMEs, you don't need science-based target actually. You need one verified number, your scope 1, scope and scope 2 baseline. Actually, we have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, but at the moment, we are just focusing on scope 1 and scope 2. Okay. That means now all different regulation converging one requirement. Okay, 4 regulation arriving different doors, but all need the same thing underneath. Okay, now Bursa, for 2025 Bursa National Sustainability Reporting Framework, they made the laws listed companies have to disclosing now. Okay, January 2026, EU CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Okay, they need carbon price on export into Europe. Okay, in the 2026, Malaysia carbon tax is coming. They are starting with iron and energy. And then proposed Act 777. Okay, now it's proposed under consultation, not law yet, but the directive is clear. So whichever law applies, all require the same foundation credible verified carbon number. That means whichever all these laws, all these things are coming. Just now, I think I got a question. Someone was asking about the carbon tax. Okay, carbon tax, yes, it's already there already. They're already implementing the carbon tax. Is coming already. Okay, we will look until Act 777. Act 777 is a very serious act. I think once the Act 777 has been implemented, I think all of the companies are going to rush for that, because the penalties for directors are there if they don't fulfill that reporting standard. Okay, now all this what they call all this regulation, they just need one, a verified GHG inventory. Companies that have one option, companies they don't have no problem. I mean, companies that they don't have, they're going to have a problem in later stage. Okay, now let's look at it. What happens without it? Okay, the company can ask, if I don't have the report, what is going to happen? Okay. Okay, I think they will have a CBAM defaulty penalties. CBAM, anyone knows about CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism? CBAM is a law being passed in Europe that all the companies that are exporting steel to Europe, they will be taxed, carbon tax. They will be taxed under carbon tax if they don't have a carbon report. That means they will have their own calculation. They will tax the client in Malaysia if they don't give their carbon report from Malaysia. If you have a carbon report from Malaysia, then they follow carbon report from Malaysia. Otherwise, they will have their own report. They will have their own standardized calculation. Then they will start taxing you on that. Okay, lost contracts. MNC and Bursa listed players are already requesting Scope 3 data from suppliers. Okay, I will touch on that, how this Scope 3 is affected for MNC and Bursa listed company later. Okay, under the proposed Act 77 External Assurance Framework, directors liability exposed. Okay, let me explain what is that 777 really catch it. Okay. 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 Next. Okay, now this is a good news. The good news is, okay, how a company can produce. You see, I've done my journal. I researched most of the SMEs. Why the SMEs are not doing carbon reporting? Okay, maybe you can share a bit of that. Maybe anyone can share why the SMEs are not doing carbon reporting. Because the carbon reporting is very costly. It costs at least 50,000 to 100,000 if a company wants to do a carbon reporting. Why the SMEs actually they're reluctant, even though there's so much pressure? One of the reasons is the costing, very high costing. Because consultants usually they charged to do the carbon reporting. But you see, we have a better pathway. For do a carbon reporting, usually the pathway is a person have to qualify himself as a lead implementer, GHG lead implementer. Then he become a GHG lead verifier, and then he can produce the report ISO 1464. Okay, so actually that's what we are doing. We are actually training people to become lead implementer, lead verifier, and then we will get that doing the report everything. So I think that will be a thing. So I think with that, I think I'm going to end, because hopefully it's not very much boring, because it's very technical. But my message is very clear. My message is, yes, there is a huge what they call a disaster is happening because of this carbon footprint in the whole world. But how are we going to address it? The governments are making a lot of measurements to come up with a lot of laws, everything to ensure people do the thing. Okay, government are talking about what they call our commitment to Paris. Okay, Paris Agreement, commitment, everything. We have to reduce. So they made a commitment. They have to reduce by 2035, 45%. That means it's coming around 40 million metric ton of carbon. We have to reduce. So now they are bringing down to the industries. That means everyone have to share. That means everyone is committing. Everyone have to share. So that means industry have to. Industry is a part of industry. They have to. They have to also take an attempt to reduce the carbon. Okay, when the industry have to take an attempt to reduce the carbon, how they going to reduce the carbon? Because they must know, first of all, they must measure how much is the carbon emission. Once they know the carbon emission, then they can take a step. Okay, now let's say I got a 1 million metric ton, I'm reducing 1 million metric ton of carbon. How I can reduce? I put solar, I reduce my electricity, I put LED. These are the measures they do. Okay, that means like that. That means this is what actually, so we have to start from somewhere. We have to start from somewhere to reduce the carbon because we are contributing, we are part of contributing to the whole world's disaster. Okay, so that means we are part of for the whole world safety. So we have to take our action. So what is our responsible as a citizen of the world? So we have to make sure that we take care of our carbon footprint. Okay, I think with that I'm going to end. Okay, so is there anything before I end the session? Hopefully, because my message here is, I just want to deliver some message to you all to understand the concept of this ISO 1464 here. Okay. If not, means I think thank you so much for your time and audience.
We can open a section. Any question?
Hi, I'm Chu from NRS from Penang. While the government likes to reduce their carbon footprint, they are encouraging a lot of data centers, which guzzles a lot of power and also consumes a huge amount of water.
Yeah.
How does that jive and get the country to reduce its carbon footprint? You know, that is huge.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, 100% agree with you. In fact, I think because of that, we also have a shortage of electricity because of a lot of electricity being used there and a lot of waters being used there. So I think this one, I think governments are making initiative to find a way for alternate power supply. I think they have to find a way for alternate power supply because that causes a lot of energy and a lot of water. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. So I think this one, I believe that maybe I'm not so much knowledge on that aspect. Maybe I think the right people from the ministries, maybe they have to address this. They have to address how they're going to mitigate this issue. Yeah. 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 Thank you so much.
Any other question? Yes. Please introduce yourself, the organization.
Hi, Dr. Sukumaran. I'm Dr. Dennis from As you are aware, Malaysia contributes about 0.75% of global carbon emission.
Yeah.
0.75% of global carbon emission. Government estimates that we may need to spend 1.6 trillion ringgit in the next 20-30 years for just carbon mitigation, which is all this reduction you're talking about.
Yeah.
And another 400 billion for flood mitigation, which is adaptation.
Yeah.
So how do you see this play out? Because if tomorrow Malaysia were to zeroize its carbon emission, we wouldn't solve climate change.
Yeah.
We are only at 0.75%. Unless countries like China, India, the United States do something. So I think the perspective from the SMEs, especially the industry, is this. Should we be going so aggressively for carbon mitigation and reduction when the cost is so much and our impact on the global climate change scenario is going to be, I don't want to use the word negligent, but it is going to be negligent. So that is my first question. Second is, in terms of SBTI, globally there's about 10,000 companies who are to SBTI, but SBTI is very high, stringent requirements. I kind of like it because if you do not meet the requirements of SBTI, they delist you and always put your name there, right? So many big companies in Malaysia, even though they're saying they're doing a lot about carbon net zero, but when it comes to SBTI, sometimes they don't meet the cut. So in your experience, how have you advised, can you share your experience in terms of advising companies towards SBTI? not just coming out with net zero roadmaps, but specifically meeting the commitments, the pledges towards science-based targets, and then also meeting it. Because in Malaysia, there might be only about 30 to 40 companies who are SBTi target validated. Yeah, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, let me address your first question. I think on that budget that been allocated by the governments, okay, I wouldn't know because you see recently now for CCUS, they did it in Sarawak. They allocated 1.2 billion to do the CCUS just to capture the carbon and put it under the ground because that is one of the requirement for oil and gas. So I think the innovation of technology has to be more deepened to find out ways how to reduce carbon by not putting out so much out there, so much cost out there. Like you see, recently I think I went to Australia. I was so amazed because in Australia they wanted carbon. They don't take carbon as something they don't. They wanted carbon to produce other products. It's a byproduct. That means the technology has to be expanded to find out way how we can reduce carbons. See now when you break down the total emission in Malaysia, I believe 45% comes out from the power plant, coal power plant. Okay, and then I think only 20% from the transport and the balance from the industrial side. Okay, that means I think they have to zoom down and open their mind, open the horizon. How can we mitigate? That means we have to go zoom down and then check what is the best way with the less cost to mitigate the carbon footprint. I think that way my take is by that way you can reduce the cost and also fulfill the carbon reduction in our country. Okay, that's first one. Second thing is talking about this SBTi. I agree with you. SBTi, from my research, okay, SBTi is more like you are declaring, you're registering. Yes, very costly. You're going to declare that. Okay, that means the big companies are doing that because maybe their associate or maybe their clients are asking for that kind of accreditation. SBTi like more like accreditation, but actually there is another way. Because end of the day you need to come up with a carbon footprint. You have to prove to clients, yes, look at my carbon emissions X amount. So you can use the ISO 1464 standard. Okay, come out with a report, carbon report, say that. Okay, yes, because end of the day they want to ensure that you're reducing your carbon. You have a ways to mitigate your carbon. Okay, rather than you just go and declare yourself. Because the reason is, you go to SBTi, you declare, you put it on their list. You have committed, and then they do audit. They say yes, you're doing that. But another way of handling it, coming out the report, ISO 14 report, and then saying that yes, I've reduced my carbon. Okay, to prove to the public and prove to your client, yes, that I've managed my carbon very well. Okay, so that's my take. Thank you so much. Anything else? Thank you so much.
We would like to thank Dr. S. Sugumaran for his keynote number 2. So I think he will be continuing another section back to back. That is technical track, quantifying impact, scope 1, 2, 3 emission, challenges in supply chain transparency, will be delivered by Dr. S. Sugumaran as well. So let's give him a 2-minute break. Maybe he need to take a sip of water. Okay, just a small housekeeping. There is a restroom beside this building for ladies and men's here. And if you want to have the Muslim brothers and sisters, you want to have your prayers, there's a masjid nearby. And also they have a VIP rooms. They have a tempat solat lah, for the Zohor prayers. Okay. Dr. Sugumaran, can we take your section? Okay, we will welcome Dr. Sugumaran for the technical track before we go for lunch. Quantifying impact, scope 1, 2, 3, emission, challenges in supply chains, transparency. Dr. Sugumaran.
Thank you, Dr. Kesavan. Okay, so I hope, because I think, I'm not sure. Okay, before that, can I know anyone have attended ISO verifier training, lead verifier training, or ISO 1464 trainings? Anyone have attended carbon? Yeah, attended, is it? Where you attended, sir? BSI. Yeah, me also. First time I said BSI. Yeah. So actually, I have attended BSI, and I also have attended in IAF. Okay, that means I love this subject so much, this greenhouse gas. So that's why I attended few. So actually, so I think hopefully, because maybe some of you are quite new, hopefully it's not really bought, but it's good to have this knowledge because it's coming up. This thing is coming up. You see, my take is like this: when the COVID happened, so all that glove company and this mask company, everything, their shares rocket up because people of fear. The fear because of the disease, everything. But I tell you something, I've done some research. In fact, I posted my LinkedIn page also. I've done a research. I found out what they call what a global warming. You know, the seriousness is not us, no, our future generation. You know what's going to happen now? Because there's no way. I mean, my take that there's no way we can achieve 1.5. It's keep on for the past 30 years. The heats keep on going up. The amount of carbon dioxide in the air from 238 parts per million, now it comes to 432 parts per million. It's keep on increasing day by day. You know what's going to happen? Now the graph, if you look at the graph of the global warming, now it's going like this. But it's not going to go like this. It's going to go like this. You know why? 30% of the whole global heat is absorbed by that sea. Okay, sea is absorbing 30%. Now, when at certain point of heat, the sea would lose its tendency to absorb the CO2 from the atmosphere. When it loses its tendency to absorb the CO2, then the CO2 going to be accumulated extremely in that atmosphere, and the heat is going to accumulate extremely. So my target was 10 to 15 years from now is going to be quite critical. So when you go out, the heat is so tremendous, then the whole world look, what is the issue? That's where everyone get panic. Everyone get panic like how COVID. Everyone try to do how to reduce the CO2. So this thing is coming. It's not coming. It's coming. So that's why the whole world, even though you look at this global, they got a website. They call it Global Health. They got few layers. They say they got 9 layers. 7 layers already breached. Okay, so that is quite serious actually. That's why, for me, it's a passion in this industry because I feel that I want to explain to people, I want to give awareness to people about that, the importance of doing this carbon footprint, reducing carbon footprint, reducing carbon emission, everything. Okay, so I think I'm going to touch on little bit more on this ISO standard. Okay. Okay. Okay, this topic is from why to how. Okay, we saw the world was off target and Malaysia is already paying for it. Now the practical question, where does the carbon data actually come from and why is it so hard? Okay. Okay. Next. Okay, like just now I was mentioning, Scope 1 is what you burn directly, Scope 2 is what you buy, electricity, and Scope 3 is everyone's in your chain. That means in carbon calculation, we have a Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. That's how that carbon calculation for every company is being done. Okay, and mostly Scope 1 and Scope 2 are mostly inside your wall. Scope 3 is not, is what it gets hard. That means Scope 1 and Scope 2 in a calculation of carbon emission from a, let's say, of a company is inside the company, but Scope 3 is not in their control. The Scope 3 emission is from their suppliers and their, what they call the upstream and downstream. Okay. Okay, I got some interesting stuff here. Okay, now when you're talking about scope 2, you're very surprised. Scope 2, like what just now I was mentioning, we have coming from electricity. Let me say example. Now it is Polytechnic Shah Alam using X amount of electricity from Shah Alam. Okay, same Polytechnic, let's say example, same size of Polytechnic in Sarawak. The scope 2 emission is over there is different, over here is different. Okay, that means see now we have for Peninsula, Sabah, Sarawak. Okay, now the scope 2 emission is the kilogram CO2 per kilowatt hour of scope 2 is different from Peninsula, Sabah and Sarawak. Can anyone tell me why it's different? Both also electricity, we're using same electricity, but the calculation of scope 2, carbon emission, okay, from different state is different. Can anyone tell me why it's different? Any take? Okay. Okay, now, as what I mentioned is, see the carbon emission from that coal is burned to produce electricity. In Peninsula, we have a gas and coal heavy. We are using heavy coal. So it means the amount of coal is producing CO2. So that is being channeled in our electricity purchased. That means for every kilowatt hour, we are producing 0.74 kilogram of CO2. Okay, but in Sabah we have a mixed gas and diesel, so lesser carbon emission, and in Sarawak is hydro dominant. So it means in Sarawak the same amount of electricity you use there is less CO2. That means your scope 2, because scope 1 and scope 2 is your reporting of your total carbon emission. Okay, that means your scope 2 lesser. That's why it's different. Okay, but for your information, okay, usually in a companies, okay, usually scope 1 and scope 2 is lesser compared to scope 3. 70 to 90% of total emission in a factories is really sit in a scope 3 for most companies. Okay, so most of your carbon is in your factory, is in your supply chain. That's a transparent challenge. Okay, I will touch why we need the scope 3, why the scope 3 is so much important. Later part you all know. Okay. Yeah. Next. Okay, just now I was mentioning why scope 3 is so much important, because now there is a flow actually. There's a flow because all the companies, okay, they have been requested to do scope 3 because multinational companies set an example, let's say now Nestle set a net zero target. Okay, when Nestle set a net zero target, they asked their tier 1 supplier for scope 3 data. That means say a supplier for Nestle. So when Nestle, they set net zero target, they need scope 3, they need to do a scope 3. So when they want to do a scope 3, they need the supplier's data for them to do. That means the supplier must supply the data. Okay, that supplier example, now he is dealing with another supplier to him. That means it's a chain. So he need that another supplier's data for him to do his report, and then he need to do a report to supply to Nestle. So this is a chain reaction actually. That means that's why the scope 3 for multinational companies, they set a net zero target like SBTi. They say now this Nestle, they're reporting to SBTi. When Nestle doing SBTi report, SBTi is very strict. They will look at the whole chain. That means, so say Nestle have a supplier, this supplier have another supplier, this supplier have another supplier. The whole chain they have to supply, they have to give their report. Then only Nestle able to do their scope 3 data. So it's a big challenge. Okay. So now let's say I give you an example. Okay. So let's say like a global car maker. Okay, a global car maker, okay, let's say set a net zero target. Because these multinational companies, sometimes they set a net zero target to SBTI. When they commit to bigger agencies, so it's very strict audience, very strict audit. So example, this global car maker, okay, he set a net zero target to SBTI. They buy seats from a seat manufacturer. The seat manufacturer is a tier 1. They sell directly to the car maker. Now the seat manufacturer sell their seat to the car maker. Now the seat manufacturer buys a foam and fabric from you. Okay, that makes you tier 2. When the car maker demands carbon data, the seat manufacturer can't answer without knowing the footprint of your foam and fabric. That means without knowing your foam and fabric, the seat maker cannot report to this car company. So they turn to you, and to answer them, you ask whenever supplies your raw materials, the request flows and way to the chain. So this is the issue now happening in Malaysia. In Malaysia, most of the companies, I think, they are, since they're linked, so they need to do their carbon reporting. If they don't do the carbon reporting, then their main company, they couldn't do the reporting. So it's a chain reaction. So can you see how it affected the business because of this carbon reporting? Okay. So that's why SMEs who never thought about carbon are suddenly getting the questionnaire. Now most of the SMEs, they're getting the questionnaires, so they panic. They ask for carbon footprint. See, the carbon footprint, that's why the way for you to prepare the carbon footprint, it's not just writing the data. You must have a methodology, the calculation. That's where the ISO standard comes in. So can you see the link, everything? Okay, now I'm going to touch about the CBAM. Okay, everyone heard about carbon broad edges mechanism, the European Union, we hear the story, but I'm going to touch technical, let you to understand how it's going to affect Malaysia steel industry. Okay, now we're looking at the data. Okay, example, we have two scenarios. One scenario is the company don't produce the carbon data. They're supplying the steel. Okay, another one, the steel manufacturer producing the data. Okay, now this scenario, okay, if the company, they don't produce the data, say example, they supply 1,000 ton steel. Okay, now let's say now the default calculation, you see what happened is if you supply the steel to Europe, if you don't have your data, they will have their own data. They have their template, standard data. So the standard data says that, okay, now for every ton of steel, your your emission is 2.5 ton CO2 per ton. That means they will assume that you're producing 2,500 ton CO2 to produce to have 1,000 ton steel. You're producing 2,500 ton CO2. So then this one they have a calculation. The tax for every ton is 80 euro. That means they will charge you 200,000 tax if you don't have the data. But assume you're supplying, you're getting a data, you're getting your GSG report, you're getting your carbon data, everything. Then the data says that your emission only 1.8 ton CO2 for every ton of steel. Your emission is only 1.8 ton CO2. So that means it's coming out 1,800 ton CO2 you're producing. Instead of 2,500, you're only producing 1,800. So 1,800 over 80, you only have 144. Can you see the saving? That's why this is a logic why all the steel manufacturers, they have to come up with a report. They can supply without report, no problem, but you'll be taxed very high because over European, they have their template, they already have a calculation. If you don't have data, you have to pay this amount because they follow that standard calculation. But you have to prove, no, I don't produce this kind of carbon. I'm lesser, but how you want to produce? You have to come out with a carbon report. So that's advantage. See, monetarily, this is how it will save industry for paying higher carbon tax. See, now we have for steel, but remind me, by 2030, they have announced, European announced all the products, they're going to have a carbon tax. So you have to prepare from now to do the carbon report. So this is affecting the business actually. Yeah. Next. So, you see, by having this carbon report for SMEs is actually it's not a penalty. Okay, you have a verified data, avoid predictive default. You prove you are better than the tiers. That means you have CBAM ready. That means you are ready. You're prepared yourself. Cheaper financing. Okay, do you all know there is a financing by Bank Negara Malaysia up to 2 billion for producing this green GSG report? Anyone aware about that? About the incentive? What are the incentive available for having this carbon report? Okay, that means if you're looking at they call it low carbon transition facilities, Bank Negara announced 2 billion pool up to RM 10 million per SME of 5% interest with 5% interest per annum, collateral free. So there's a good news for SMEs. Okay, most of the SMEs, that means see Malaysian governments encouraging for them to have a carbon report. Okay, you come on carbon report, you have a lot of facilities. I don't know why they're not going for that yet. Okay. And then performance rebate. MSME, ESG financing up to 1 million at 3.5% with 30% rebate. Try to sustainability performance. And then all the training fund fully funded. And then verified data keeps you in MNC Bursa listed company supply chain. That means once the SMEs have this verified data, that means it's also benefit for them prepared to work with bigger companies. I remember one of my clients come to me, they told me that they are losing a contract. Their parent company already asking the report. They don't know what to do because they say the parent company will terminate the contract if they don't have the report. So that's serious because it's issue already for bigger companies because they comes under chain connection. Okay. Okay. So I think to assist if the biggest customer will ask you your scope 3 data in 90 days, how are you going to start? I think that's where Panita going to explain later how to do the report in the fastest time. Okay. Okay. So this is a simple way of companies to do the report. What they have to do is that they have to start to train their staff. The pathway is they have to take lead implementer to know how to do the report, generate the report, and then they train their staff to become lead verifier. And then once they have a lead verifier, they can prepare the report. And if they need, they can also appoint external verifier. So basically, the pathway to prepare a report for companies is not necessary through a consultants. They can go through their own staff, everything. So this is what we are doing. We train the staff to prepare the report, and then they don't need to pay so high. So our mission is to ensure as much companies knows about this, come out with a report, and prepare for the worst to come. Okay, I think without taking much time, I think I'm going to end this thing with. So is there anything that I can help or any questions on the floor? Sir Jason, can you ask any question? You want anything for me to clarify? So I think I must tell thanks Mr. Jason. He's coming from Ipoh all the way from 5 o'clock morning because he's from SME. He want to know about this carbon matter. Thank you.
Actually, there's so many verifier. Standards are like SGS certify this report. So may I know your company is under which company to certify?
Okay, we are under IAF. See, now we have a certification body under IAF. We're based in Dubai. Okay, so that means the report, the condition for the report to be, they call it assurance. The report need to be assurance report, need to be certified. Okay, the certification at the moment, Bursa doesn't need a certification report. They still make it flexible. That means a report just prepared. Start from next year, they need the report to be certified by international body. So international body means most of the bodies all must be under the umbrella of IAF, international body. Okay, like we have CRIM is under them. So like that. So there is a law says that from next year onwards, the report will be certified. But for CBAM, when you're producing report to steel industry for the export market, the report need to be certified. They don't accept without certification. Yeah.
That means IAF lah.
Yes, IF.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyone interested? Any other question like carbon credit? Carbon credit? Any question you can ask me, no problem. I'm open to the floor. Yeah, sure. Dr. Segan, I have a question. And sometimes the question is posted in the YouTube. They're posting the question in the chat, no? Yeah. That's not the live question they're posting.
Dr. Sugu, may I ask you, what are the challenges you face in this carbon reporting among the SME?
I think data collection. The data collection, because you see, when we do the reporting, we need to have the complete data. For 1 year example, now see, now we're talking about scope 1. Scope 1 sometimes involve the staff travel data, because that is considered comes under scope 1. Difficult to get the data, and it take time for me to get the data, to pull the data, because some of them are not really well organized. They really don't keep the proper record, everything. And the worst part is some of them, they don't really keep a proper record on the TNB bill also. So sometimes the collection of the data is quite worse. That's why we come up with our own app. We call it Carbon Scan AI.ai. So Carbon Scan app is actually, it automate the whole process of collection data. That means they just have to key in. You do their own calculation. You do own calculation of what's the carbon emission, and you also prepare the report. Automatically come out report based on the GHG standard. So I think that's a challenge I see most of the companies having in Malaysia, the data side, because data is important for us to calculate the carbon emission. This is the only challenge we are facing actually. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Hello. The market have a lot of white label. If a company use a white label software, are you recognize and verify it?
Okay, can definitely, because why the software is just to, instead of doing manual calculation on this using a template on the converting the carbon emission, say example of fuel. Okay, you have to calculate, okay, how much X kilometer of fuel you used, how much the carbon emission you convert. As long as that data is accurate, no problem. We can accept that. See, the most market we have few apps. All is actually basically they are trying to relate to the calculation. As long as the calculation is accurate, I think there shouldn't be a problem. Because at the end of the day, that report has to be verified by a qualified person to check whether is tally or not. Yeah. Please ask question. I love to answer questions. I like to. Yeah, can. Sir. Yeah.
Dr. Sugu, one more question. This is on behalf of the people in the floor.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking about carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Correct? Why it matters to a consumer, let's say if I want to buy a shoe, I don't care about the carbon footprint.
Yeah.
I just pay the money and buy the shoe and come out.
Yeah.
But why is there so much hoo-ha among the manufacturing or the industry that they want to know about the carbon footprint, where the shoe comes from, how, and all this? Can you elaborate why is it important to the industry and why it's not very important to the consumer? Right? The consumer is only interested in the end product.
Okay, you see, that's why it boils back to that responsible citizen of the world. That means, see, a manufacturer, if a manufacturer is producing a product and then is not emitting so much carbon, that means it's considered that he is contributing to the wellness of the whole world. Because you see, it's always, that's why just now my first why I started from why the carbon footprint is important, because it goes back to the responsible. That means we care of the world. That means we make sure that for me to produce this product, I can produce the product by emitting a lot of carbon or by reducing my carbon footprint. That means I make sure that same times I need a business, same times I make sure that I be a responsible citizen of the world. To do a maximum, that means to maximize my knowledge in doing the product with a less carbon footprint. I think it's more like what they call principle and more like the responsible citizen. I believe that the responsibility. See, sometimes they say you don't, if possible, you go and plant trees, everything, because you want to make sure that you are a responsible citizen of the world. We are saying the same house. We want to make sure that for our next generation or for our current generation, we protect the world, we protect our house. So there's a mindset, I think. That's why for consumers, they make sure that they when they buy with a less carbon footprint. I remember there's one company I recently met. They're very innovative stuff they're doing. They're trying to encourage people to use less carbon footprint. That means the moment you take some kind of photos through your phone, it will tell what's the carbon footprint in the product. So you got a choice to shift to a less carbon footprint. So they got a marketplace there, says that, they give a comparison, says that no, this product is having a less carbon footprint, so you can select. So that means they're trying to educate the public. That means it's contribution for the whole citizens of the world. That means if collectively every one of us are going towards this mindset, I think we can save our Mother Earth, we can save the planet, we can save our home. I think this is the concept basically. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Dr. Suga?
Yeah.
Chu from NRS again.
Yeah.
You have shown me the carbon footprint, the value that you showed on the slide where the steel tariffs are.
Yeah.
Is there a benchmark for carbon tax in Malaysia for certain industries or industries in general? Is there a benchmark so that that if you are a hospital, you produce so much energy, and this is like 2.5 ton per CO2 per ton of steel?
Yeah.
So does a hospital have a certain number that they have to meet, and then can they lower that number so that they don't get taxed so much?
Okay, that means what you're trying to tell is the tax for the carbon tax for the hospital, is it?
For hospital, maybe for an automotive industry player, how much? What is the benchmark?
Okay, now the benchmark for the carbon, I think there's still what they call in discussion. I think now there's another law is coming also, RUPIN, RUUPIN. I think now they're going to table in the parliament. I remember one of the minister was quoting, I think a few weeks ago, it seems they might delay it, but not to say it won't come, it will come, to the carbon tax. They haven't decided the carbon tax bracket for each industry. Okay, that means we have two here. One is RUPIN, one is X777. X777 is already there. They're going to come out where they say they're based on the emission. That means if your emission is X amount or above, you have to declare your carbon footprint. That's under SSM. But for this RUPIN is very general. That means they are going on the carbon tax bracket. But I'm not sure what these hospitals, whether they're going to have lesser or not. Because you see, I see the topic like this. Now, the carbon tax for steel is high because why? It's being taxed in Europe. They're taxing because it's going to the Europe to compare to other countries. But in Malaysia, how the thing's going to be enacted, I'm not very sure on that because too early stage now at the moment.
Yeah, but because you see, you are imposing this on SMEs.
Okay.
They are already suffering.
Yeah.
And this is another layer of tax.
Yeah.
But if you have a benchmark, then it's fairer. And they pass the bill, the carbon tax bill, and they want to impose it on us without knowing the benchmark. So let's say I live in an attap house, I have electricity. Do I get the carbon tax? Because electricity in house, the biggest consumer is air conditioning.
Yeah.
Right? Do I get tax? I run an office, 10-story office, for example. Do I get tax?
Yeah, actually, it's a good question also. I mean, the system supposed not to penalize.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you have to be fair.
So I think, see what happened is, so from that research I've done, where all the carbon tax is going, the carbon tax is supposed to go to enhanced carbon reduction or to mitigate the carbon footprint. I mean, that's where it goes. That means we have to address the situation in a different way where it's supposed to help the SMEs to reduce the carbon footprint, maybe with some incentive of changing maybe the lights to LED lights, or maybe putting more solar panels, things like this, because this is one of the things that can reduce the carbon footprint. Yeah, I think I agree with you. We have to find ways to maybe look at it more.
They should give tax incentive
Yes.
instead of
No,
taxing
I
people.
think there will be that's why they're coming out with that funding, everything. The government coming out the funding. There's tax incentive. You see, remember I was mentioning the funding of 1 billion of this thing, and also there's another funding. They give you lesser interest rate. Many SMEs doesn't know about that. Once they produce their GSG report, they can have lesser interest rate. That means just imagine if they're going to, I think they less 1.5% if I'm not mistaken. Just imagine if the company.
SME to pay and then expect them to pay less interest. You know,
What I mean is not to pay. That means they are loan. If they,
you have to pay the loan.
No. The thing is, assume. No, what I mean is, assume if they're getting their financing for their factories for any other purpose, but if they have a carbon report or GHG sustainable report, they can have lesser interest rate financing for their financing. That means the financing not necessary for can be anything, but as long as the company
Correct.
they have a report, then it's good.
But when you go to the bank and you don't have a benchmark number, what are they comparing against?
No, actually there is a methodology for you to apply the scheme. Actually, first
But the benchmark, the carbon footprint benchmark number must be there.
Okay, the carbon footprint benchmark number, I mean, I haven't gone to that deep yet, but what I come to know from my general perspective is they have to prove their report that they are doing the carbon report, and then they are mitigating to reduce their carbon footprint, say from previous year to this year. That means they have this kind of a benchmark to reduction, then you are eligible for this kind of financing.
Yeah, but if I live in an atap house, last year I have 100 ringgit. This year I have 80 ringgit. They shouldn't tax me.
Yeah. Tax is very interesting topic also.
I think what what's your name, Mr. Wong, Mr. Chiu is telling is we should have a benchmark for us to pay the tax. But I think that is not been identified, or maybe along the line. I think that is a very good takeaway point for us to look into it. Maybe Dr. Sugu, you can propose in your higher level to the government. You can discuss and come out with something so that it will be as a benchmark for them to pay the tax minimum. Like you see, you are paying the tariff, right? The TNB, the tariff. Above this, you have to pay this much. We need that kind of some statistical data.
I think this one boils back to just now. We have some forum there where we are asking how this academician can assist what they call industrialists. So maybe academician can come out with a kind of a research paper. Then I think there will be much more.
We can go do it together. No problem. Okay, I think with that we will conclude the morning section before our lunch. So we would like to thank. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Sugumaran for his wonderful keynote number 2, and also the topic quantifying impact. I would like to call upon Mr. Chandra, Dr. Chandra, to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Sugumaran. Dr. Sugu. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chandra. Thank you, Dr. Sugu. Okay, now we will break for lunch. Okay, lunch is served behind. You can take your lunch. For the dignitaries, we have lunch on the table. You can take and you can sit. We will resume back 2 o'clock. For the Muslim brothers and sisters, you want to have your Zuhur prayers, you can have it in the masjid or near the VIP room. We have our toilet. Your restroom is here. So we will call, enjoy your lunch. Then be punctual at 2. We want to finish the program by 5. So please, I hope the audience will come back, not leaving us empty here. So enjoy your lunch. We will see back 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. We call upon all our VIPs to have a lunch together with us at the table behind. Thank you.
who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. Me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to.
A very good afternoon. Okay, we will start our section in 10 minutes. The keynote 3. So I hope all
for community. And you also have plastic bottles that can be recycled and become a product as a souvenir or a bench. Besides that, we also give awareness related to energy consumption as well as green practice. We even have a society that led by student. We call RETEC. Instead of send the product for recycling, we can help them to repair before we send it to recycling. We also encourage staff and students to use EV cars and EV bike or EV motor in the campus. And we also teach them the good thing about renewable energy. As for CRIM, which is another office that handle the grant and funding, we always offer, we spend about 1 million per year for industrial grant with a minimum of 20,000. So industry can join together with UTAM to apply a matching grant. This is very easy if we have a collaboration with industry. And of course, industry can also get a tax reduction by joining the matching grant. And we also always open people to join doing research with us under the research fellow program. And especially we understand that industry not easy to come to UTAM. We also offer remote postdoc for researchers, and researchers can also get a lot of benefits by joining us. In UTAM, we also have teaching factory to make sure that our startup, our SBU can sustain even after have their own product. So we also offer industry to have a production line in UTAM with very low cost, and we also do the promotion. So in this teaching factory, it is established with the national strategy as a part of University Revolution Teaching Factory under URTF. Within MTON, we have 4 MTON in Malaysia, and this is one of the initiatives that we do so that we can bridge academic with industry people, and we can foster work-based learning, WBL, and also we can empower graduates to meet II 4.0 industry demand. So the main focus for TF is we accept industrial training. We always have industrial collaboration so that they can also do production line in UTAM. We offer trainings and product commercialization. So beside university also, industry also has a role to be played. It's not only about giving funding. Industry also must bring real operation condition, co-design with researchers from the start to do any project. Can become one open pilot lines, operational data for testing. And industry also can build infrastructure and convert sustainability into productivity and new revenue. In terms of policy and finance, government also play an important roles, giving good policies, incentive and standard. So this can encourage adoption of circular economy in Malaysia, and also reduce the financial risk by giving some fiscal aid, and also support innovation in terms of public and private partnership. Before I finish, I'd like to discuss about a few case studies that our country should be prepared, which is the first one is the deployment of solar PV. This is very good example because we go green, but we also need to have early plan because not only Malaysia but other countries also expanding the solar deployment, which is good, which is positive for clean energy. But you must remember that each panel eventually will reach the end of life. Normally, the end of life is about 20 to 30 years. But if you go to the solar farm, the end of life of panels are actually faster than that due to the lightning or sometimes broken because of monkey or all the what do you call that, wild animals. So the opportunity to recover, instead of recalling solar panel as a waste, if we have knowledge and skill, this is a very good opportunity for industry to recover all the valuable materials that can come from the solar panel itself. You can have glass, aluminum frames, silicons, all the metal like copper and tin. So beyond recycling, they maybe also some opportunity for testing. So of course, instead of sending the solar panel to landfill, with the good knowledge and skill, we can do repair, reuse, and maybe there is a second life deployment for the solar panel. This can become a new green industry. But we need to have a good plan before time has come. Why it is matter, as I mentioned before, even though the world crisis turned us to go to PV and EV, the big question is how do we design PV industry so that clean energy does not become a future waste burden. So we need to prepare earlier before this is become a problem to us. So this is a circular pathway for the PV model. And the same issue also happened to the battery, or we call BESS. We actually just launched a big battery energy storage system by TNB, which is another important circular economy area. Since we are in the NETR, energy transition mode, we depends on battery. You want to have a microgrid, but you must remember that the battery or BESS also has an end of life, have a lifetime, and the battery actually require critical materials like lithium, nickel, cobalt, graphite, and copper. So we need a circular strategies so that we can have a better design for the battery, for the state of health diagnostic, for the second life application. So for industry, this is not only about environmental issue, this is also a supply security issue and cost resilience strategy. If you look at the opportunity for second life, when the performance is no longer suitable for EV car, the number of EV cars also increasing days by days. At one point, they'll become waste if we don't have enough knowledge. We don't know how to handle it. And if, for your information, China, which is a big exporter for solar PV and battery, their policy is they'll never get any defect or problem solar panel. So they will ask you to keep in your country, so that because they already have this problem, how to manage the PV and battery after end of life. So I think now Malaysia should have think about this, and I believe that there's very few industry are working on this one. Okay, I think lastly, battery, there's a lot of opportunity, as I mentioned before, for the second life, how to diagnose it, how to do the recycling ecosystem, and of course we need to train engineers so that they have skill and standard on how to handle the abundance of PV panel and battery. Lastly, I'd like to summarize. There are 5 key takeaways for today, which is closing the loop requires technology, data, policy, finance, and partnership. The first one is circular economy is an industrial strategy, not only a waste strategy. And ESG, SDG become credible whenever it linked to the measurable security. And research impact requires pilot validation and factory floor integration so that we can bridge the gap. And PV batteries and smart manufacturing actually offer strong Malaysia opportunities. The question is, are we ready or not? And last but not least, the collaboration is the bridge from lab innovation to industrial scale. So lastly, before I end my talk today, I'd like to leave some message. We cannot build a sustainable future with a linear mindset. So the journey from laboratory innovation to the factory floor implementation require collaboration, commitment, and courage. from all parties, and together we can close the loop and create a greener tomorrow. Thank you very much. And I open for the floor. So any question?
Thank you very much, Dr. Izzar. Now we open to the floor. Is there any question from the audience based on the topic discussed? You may raise your hand. We can give you the microphone to ask. Yes. Please introduce your name, your organization, and your question, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dennis from Thank you, Doctor, for that presentation. I just have two quick questions. Number one is, based on your presentation, I would like to get your feedback in terms of how does this align with Malaysia's National Circular Economy Blueprint, which was launched, what, a year or 2 years back, as well as MITI's own Circular Economy Policy Framework for the manufacturing industry. Because those are our national policies, right? So just get your thoughts in terms of how does what you have presented align in terms of that, right? That's number one. Number two is, when we look at it from a macro perspective, and then we bring it down, scale to the practical micro perspective, some of this already, in terms of circularity, might go into the territory of hazardous waste or scheduled waste by the Department of Environment, especially when talking about in terms of batteries and all of that. How do we address those kinds of issue? Because circularity in a macro perspective, the concept is nice, but in a micro perspective, practical part of it, then we're talking about in terms of the Environmental Quality Act, scheduled waste, hazardous waste, recovery has its own jurisdictional and administrative requirements and so forth. So just two quick questions and your thoughts. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the first one is the answer is very clear. In order to fulfill the blueprint that I think has been launched last year, I think end of last year, the answer is collaboration. I think all universities, industry must have a good collaboration so that we can fulfill all the blueprint. And for the second question is actually, this is actually the problems that haven't been solved. Even I think PV and batteries, some considered it as e-waste, but there is no clear guideline yet for this one. And this is what industry have a problem whether they want to go for e-waste or not. I think they are still in discussion. I'm not sure what was the final answer for this, but I believe that there must be a groundwork working on that one. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other takers? Any other questions from the audience? We open to the floor. If no, then
thank you.
We would like to. I have one question.
Okay.
When you talk about smart industries,
Okay.
We are talking about there is a indicator. They call it SIRI, Smart Industry Readiness Index. Smart Industry Readiness Index. That's called SIRI. Is there any index for circular economy? When you talk about collaboration between institution, closing the floor gap, is there anything like an index we need to meet? The preparation part, where the industries have to make a way so that the academia institution can come in. Is there any index reference?
I think at the moment, no. I
No.
think that's a very good idea to come up with a indication. I think what industry always look at is always ESG and SDG. That's all I think. There's no specific indicator for that at the moment. Yeah.
Because what we see during the industrial 4.0, we are talking about environment and we are talking about facilities, but we don't have the ecosystem. We don't have the ecosystem where the internet is still going round and round. We cannot get the connectivity, but we are talking about high tech. So that is the challenges we have, particularly in our country. So we need to fix the ecosystem, the infrastructure, the infostructure, the infoculture. The three things we need to adapt in order to make this digitalization successful. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Doctor, thank you very much. So we would like to call upon Dr. Chandra to the stage here to deliver a token of appreciation to Dr. Izzah. Doktor sebelah sini, doktor.
Dr. Izzah, thank you very much. Wonderful. Although most of us are first time listening to it, so we can't talk on mind, but it's a learning process, wonderful. And thank you for taking the time from here.
Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Izzah for a wonderful. He's traveled all the way from Malacca to give the delivery from UTM Malacca. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. We will move on to the next agenda. Okay. Next agenda. Case studies. Okay. Ways to wealth. Success stories in industrial symbiosis and resource recovery. This will be delivered by Chief Executive Officer, Malaysian Automotive Robotics and IoT Institute, a representative by TS Technology City Maisara, the head market policy on the automotive circular economy ecosystem. Is Siti Mazira is here? Yeah, okay, right. Let me welcome Madam to the floor to deliver your section.
Okay, thank you. We give 20 minutes. Okay, I'm going to 20 minutes. Okay, okay. Including QA? Yes. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Can I use this? Got my slide? Alright. Okay. Okay, hi, Assalamualaikum. Hi everyone. I'm Maisarah. Actually, I represent my CEO, Tuan Azureza Aziz. Just a brief regarding to MARI. What is MARI all about? Actually, we are agency under MITI. We are not training provider because the last, if you see our Malaysia Automotive Robotic IoT Institute. Actually, this institute is a think tank under government. It's under MITI. Now, our YBM is Datuk Sri Jo. And then we have big direction for industry automotive. The sensitive one is regarding to BYD, but it's okay. I have the question. I have the answer, but I can summarize what happened in our industry. What we have done under this agency actually is to protect our domestic. Okay, come to the circular economy, we have a lot of things to think about, and then we crack our head before in NAP, National Automotive Policy in 2014. We have mentioned regarding to end of life vehicle, ELV. Actually, ELV is very negative word. You guys can Google. For ELV, some of, especially my parent, they thought their car after 10 years kena scrap, kena buang. Actually, no. Kita punya program to initiate end of life vehicle towards the circular economy long time ago, actually to mandatory your vehicle inspection. That's why without this, without ELV Act, we cannot go for transparency of circular economy. That means you build the vehicle until you ELV the vehicle and then come back as quality material. That is not a circular economy if we don't have ELV Act. This is very important. Okay, come back to my slide. Thanks. I can control from here. Alright. Okay, next. Because I have 20 minutes only, I try to cram my slide because very long. Next. Next, madam. Okay, this is what we established agency under MITI in 2010. We cut across for number 1 until number 6. Without this number, we cannot do the circular economy, especially when we talk about green. what is definition of green industry automotive. That's why we take a lot of challenge. We build the circular economy under this industry automotive, especially for investor. When we talk about raw material, quality raw material that be used vehicle on the road. When I learned from my sensei in Japan, you can end of life vehicle 532 of car, you can get 10 gram of gold. That was amazing because recycling actually is a big money. And when we talk another precious material for powertrain ICE, the catalytic converter. The catalytic converter also have precious material, but we need to have the technology here. But unfortunately now, we only have the pre-treatment. That means half cooked only. That's why we need to bring the technology here. Okay, next. Okay, this is what we already developed. We understood under government, under agency, under MITI, we have established a lot, especially National Emission Test Center. When we talk about emission, we talk about green. Without this emission, most of the player, they said that my vehicle is green. My vehicle is 5-star green, for example. Unfortunately, when we developed this center in 2015, we do the test. The emission test can be done until Euro 6D. We find out a lot of brand, the biggest brand come to Malaysia, they have what we call not transparent lah. Okay, I can put the words not transparent. That's why what government give a lot of tax exemption to industrial automotive. They need to do the test here and then we get the report. If they have report from EU and what's or not, we need to double check because the counterpart, they have some missing features for the environment thing. Okay, next. Alright. Our heart actually for national automotive policy, the big thing is the dasar. Without the dasar, we cannot forecast what happened to Malaysia. What is the history or what we call the advanced technology, what we want to adapt and adopt. Because Malaysia is unique, we have a lot of variety, especially we have national vehicle, Proton, Pro2 and also Modernas. That's why in this ecosystem of national vehicle, we have 700 people are working in this industry. And we need to make sure, especially the green technology is here. We can make 100% end-to-end vehicle, but we need to make sure that they understand what is green. Okay? And sorry miss, I just want to highlight the, go back. Alright, if you can see alah tak lampak, sorry. We are the third, it's not proud, it's not proud. We are third among country that give a lot of CO2 under transport. Okay, and then of course we are the second largest in this industry for transport. That means our car, our motorcycle, our commercial vehicle. And then we also have established a clear economy under MITI last 2 years. And then this is the target that we put. And the end target actually net zero in 2050. When we talk about net zero, it's not during. We also need to see the pre, that's mean making. During is usage and then post, that's mean recycling. That's really important. We also commit under this policy. You can see NAP 2014 and then here is NAP 2020. We have mentioned the carbon emission reduction, energy efficient. But if I'm using a petrol is Euro 2 or Euro 1, end up my CO2 of course lah teruk kan. If I have using Euro 5, but my car is not maintained or serviced properly, it also contribute CO2 very bad. That's why this is very important. We come to EV or we call XEV, electrified vehicle. We have a target sale 20% in 2030. 50% in 2040 and also 80% in 2050. Electrified vehicle actually including EV, hybrid, hydrogen. Alright? And when we talk about the infra, this is the target for the charging station. And now we understood they top up more, the charging station is less, but the government try to find another grant or soft loan to boost this infrastructure. Next. Okay, this is the new industry master plan. Of course, we link up together with circular economy. This is the budget already point in this grant. Hope anyone that interested, please meet us. We can blend what is your proposal with this INP. Of course, this is under MITI. Any proposal that can assist or can manage, especially towards to the recycling, we are very open. And what is our measurement also there? That's why we, National Automotive Policy, our National Automotive Policy is also aligned with this policy. Next. Okay, you can see Malaysia have a lot of policy, of blueprint. That's why each of policy in each of kementerian or ministry, we have link up. I give example. When we talk about National Automotive Policy, it's about industry. What investor are needed based on recycling. I give example like I investor A, I come to Malaysia, I meet team and our sister agency Maida and Mari. And then we mention to them to make sure you have a partner to do recycling center. And then they come to, for example, EV. And they come to low carbon mobility, I need to support the infra. That's mean I bring 10,000 of electric vehicle. I need to have how many charging station. That's mean I need to develop all the ecosystem. And then come to MOT. When we talk about safety, security, is need to verify or endorse by vehicle type approval. And then come to ITS, that is more on infra side. And then each of, what I mean here, my point here, in each of the policy we have map. They have bridging. That means we are not short sendiri. We need to map also with others policy to make sure the industry understood what their responsibility, what they need to do. And of course, for the national vehicle, they need to invest more on EEV, energy efficient vehicle. Especially now, they are come out with QEV under Prodo, EMAS under Proton. That's good. We have our own national EV. Of course, they have their own principle, but this is what transfer knowledge need to do in Malaysia. Okay, next. Okay, this is detail. You can download from MITI portal or Mari portal. We have a lot of roadmap there. I'm in charge for number 3 and also number 4. That is my forte. That means the grey area, aftermarket, but it's a rich area. Not grey, we call grey area, but it's the rich area. Alright, next. Okay, this is the critical part. When they come with technology, I give example about EV. Battery is, the cost is 40% to 50% of the vehicle. When we talk about the lifespan is more 8 years to 10 years, and then after that come. What we do? That's why we find out that SOH 70%, you need to do remanufacturing. That means you want to spend the life. I do the remanufacturing properly according to Malaysia Standard 2697. Then I done the remanufacturing. The definition is good as new based on OEM spec. And I install back to the vehicle. Then can use another 2 or 3 years. And then after that, maybe SOH is around 40 or 60%. Then I can do the battery. That means like our phone power bank. We call here is battery energy storage system. And then we can supply for others. For example, POLITEKNIK, we have one slot of the battery. And then maybe SOH after that is below 40%. Then we recycle. That we use hydrometallurgy. Each of this level area, we have the investor, we are proud, we have one hydrometallurgy going to develop in Ipoh Perak under Econili. You can Google the company. It's invest from others country. Of course, it's local, with our local, and then they are moving the hydrometallurgy now. Okay, next. This is what I'm talking about before this. The manufacturing, that's mean the pre-utilization is using and then post end of life vehicle. Okay, next. this is more detailed. Have established bit by bit for the recycling center already done. And for information, before they go to recycling, we have established one more center we call Authorized Automotive Treatment Facility. It's short term for AATF. If you have vehicle non-roadworthy, you can contact this AATF. You can Google. The nearest one is in Kajang, under AATF Kamedi. They do end-of-life vehicle. Of course, they have B2B and also B2C. I give example. I have my granddad car for 30 years, Volkswagen lama. And then I call Kamedi. Kamedi will come with their towing. They bear the cost. And then they inspect my Volkswagen. And then they say, okay, this for Volkswagen, I can pay 1,000. Okay, what? I do the register under them. System already approved by MOT. They call DRAC. I thumbprint to ATF Kamedi. They will do ELB properly according to the Malaysia standard. Because the licensing, they need to renew based on this Malaysia standard. That means have audit session. Okay, next. Okay, for EV now, it's very hot. That's why we established this committee. At above one is the steering committee. That means a small cabinet lah. Because we have 9 kementerian there, including MITI, MOF, MOT, MOSTI, KE, Petra, KPKT, KKR, and also NRES. And then come to the middle, chaired by our KSU. And then the last one is the working area. Most of the member is from industry. Okay, next. Okay, next. This is what I mentioned before. Next. Okay, what we have done to make sure this happen, we give more tax exemption. I give the example for number 7. Now we talk about the infra. It's a bit corner sikit doctor. Because I want to talk about this, very important. Like charging station. Now, most of the charging station in Malaysia is not yet manufacturing here. That's why, for example, I have my principal with China, company A. They want to invest with me. If they invest the manufacturing here end to end, they will get the tax exemption, tax incentive under here, number 7, until 31st December 2032. That we try to, for the principal to come to invest in Malaysia, and of course they need to transfer the knowledge. Win-win situation. This is very important. And for consumer, number 4, you have EV, you have the charging station, you also can claim tax under LHDN lah, 2,500. Okay, this one we will end next year. And then this is the tax exemption that for EV ecosystem. Next. Next. Okay, when I talk about the Malaysia standard, we have a lot of Malaysia standard that we established together with our sister agency, JSM, Jabatan Standard Malaysia. And each of standard, we have mentioned the clause about environment. When we talk about environment, I give example back to carburetor, powertrain lama sikit. I'm mechanic. I have workshop. But I tak tahu nak buang mana my oil. Kan? I letak dalam bucket. Buatlah bertotong. Lepas tu tiba-tiba minyak tu pun hilang. Maybe they do recycling. Maybe they throw. I'm not sure. That's why in each of standard, we mention about e-Swiss. That means you need to use the system under Department of Environment. You need to register as a company. Workshop kecil pun, you need to register. And then each of berapa liter, the maximum you can keep under your premise. You need to appoint the legal contractor untuk collect. Tu baru betul. Tapi in Malaysia, we don't have that yet. That's why we need to standardize all the local treaty. This is the micro thing. Local treaty to make sure in each of premise that want to open for industry automotive activity, you need to have minimum e-Swiss, and then you need to have SSM and so on. Kalau tidak, you pergi local treaty A, they have request 2 je. SSM, PBT, that's it. Local treaty B, maybe 3. Different locality. That's why kita ada gap lah. Okay, next. Alright, come to EV. We also have specific for the Malaysia standard. I want to touch this MS2818. This one is battery passport. If you heard about European, they have battery passport that they want to mandatory in 2027. Okay, what we have benchmark, actually we need to proud because Malaysia is the first country in ASEAN that have launched this during our ASEAN kita jadi tuan rumah. And what we do, this battery passport is still voluntary, don't worry, because what is the objective of this battery passport actually to track, to do the tracking for the battery making until they recycle. Now we already have done proof of concept, manufacture, consumer done. But now we are doing proof of concept for the aftermarket. That means workshop, remanufacturing center, AATF center, recycling center. This is very important because EV battery, they have hazardous chemical if not handled proper. Okay, that's why this is very important. We have done this and then this is still our baby. We hope that under ATAMITI to mandatory this, I'm not sure when, maybe another 5 years, but this is very important. If not, DOE officers selalu cakap kat I, if we don't do this, maybe, ni na'uzubillah the water drink, we drink with lithium. Okay, this is very important. That's why this tracking will track each of battery pack, battery module, battery cell. Kecil-kecil tu, besar, kecil. Okay, next. Alright. Just to touch about the manpower. As I mentioned, we need to transfer the knowledge. That's why we do a module standard under KESUMA. This agency under JBK, Jabatan Pengurusan Kemahiran. We talk about TVET. Each of module actually towards to recycle, especially for remanufacturing vehicle. We have done in 2015, and then another one is end of life. We done in 2017. Now we have industry demand. We can customize the program, the training based on their demand. But this is not yet mandatory. What they have come to us, they are going to transform their company to do this set skill. Okay, next. Alright, that one for the battery passport. This one is more towards to vehicle to grid, vehicle to infra, and of course we as a consumer, we need to know this ecosystem is still under development. We're proud of this national e-mobility service platform, already got mandat from PM, and then we are now ongoing to develop this. Most of the developed country already have this to track, to make sure the infra is good, the vehicle is okay, because in future will be more sensor, what we call autonomous of vehicles. This is very important. More of chip that we need to do recycle. More of chip we need to take care, and this is the platform that will be do under blockchain platform for security. That one for security. Okay, next. Okay, this is what we have done with DOE. Any parties that interested to invest for the ATF, we most welcome, especially on Sabah Sarawak. Tak ada lagi. This is the guideline, and that is the ELB process. Until end to end, you need to have certificate of destruction. I give you example, if I have ATF, I do ELB process, but unfortunately I'm doing a legal thing. The vehicle is not ELV, I resell. That one cannot happen. Because my responsibility, I will take vehicle non-road. That's mean tak selamat dah. That's why I need to scrap to do the ELB process. This is the process. I need to do the sijil mati, the depollution, and then dismantle, and then of course for remanufacturing, I will send to remanufacturing center, and then I will come up with certificate. That means done my ELV process. Okay, next. This is the target under policy. 30 premise AATF we want to establish. Now we have 5 already licensing. 2 in Perak, 3 in Lembah Kelang. And then for next, insyaAllah we target to have 1 in Sarawak. Sabah not yet. Okay, next. Okay, this is most of the end of life vehicle. It's very important for circular economy. The red one actually is not yet have, but we are now establish this with the partner, with the industry to make sure this happen, especially on this quality material to produce back for new vehicle. Okay, next. Okay, this is just to promote a bit our program, what we have done, especially on the new. This is our baby, and then it's going to jalan. And we hope that with all here can support us. And what we have done on the right side is the current program that we are doing. And most of the safety response skill set that we have embarked just meeting with highway provider because they want to know about the safety response also. Next. I think that's all. Next, miss. Next. Okay. I think that's all from me. Any collaboration, please meet me. Oh, ada question lah. Do you have any question? Okay, I open. Yep.
Can I know what is the challenge to handle the battery for now as a lead battery, normal for our car, and also for the EV lithium battery? What is the challenge that we will make? This is the recycled things that we are very, very concerned.
Actually, sir, you from?
My name is Mr. Wu from ESG Institute UK.
Alright. Okay, the big challenge actually what we have done is ongoing, like the battery passport is ongoing. I cannot deny that illegal part they have like e-waste happen, import, and then what we call bahaya cakap pasal ni, tapi this is the thing lah happen you understand what I mean? And then for example, I have hybrid that I'm using already 10 years. And then the battery already Kong. I go to Toyota, Proton, Honda, whatsoever to change. And then maybe I just dismantle my battery, I sell to aftermarket, any workshop. It happened. And then this workshop somehow using grey area lah, maybe grey area. You can Google also. In Melaka, they have caught fire, illegal recycle center. They are EIA, but they are EIA for plastic if not taken, but they take the battery. That salah lah. And then somehow it caught fire, habis terbakar. And then bila DOE investigate, of course during that time, our YBTM ask mari. And then we try to find out in our database, tak ada nama company tu. That one illegal, but what happened, their gas after the lithium terbakar tu, they call what yang color orange tu. Apa dia punya chemical tu, I cannot remember lah. The hazardous gas already kena public dah. Banyak illegal happen. That's why what we do, if we want to mandatory, that is our challenge lah. If we want to do mandatory, industry said they're not yet ready. Why? Because we don't have the system. We have the standard. They say, okay, want to save fire standard, it costs money to them. Next is investment. And then we talk to the investor to come. They will get the tax exemption. It's like, the whole version is still under development, my point here. And one ECOT, I give example like our bomber, very, very actively regarding to this EV ecosystem. They already done a second version to make sure the installation of the charging station is correct. The parking lot have cut off to prevent the fire happen. That's good. And then come to our plan Malaysia. They also have they call smart apa Fahan? The under plan Malaysia. The guideline smart smart city. Okay, they have a smart city blueprint, also link up with automation and also EV. We also mentioned about the safety environment under this. We are linked up already, but now we need to have the authority to understand this and then to make sure the authority can implement or what we call legal way, we need to help them with the technology. That's why the system need to be ready. Okay, that's the thing lah, the big challenge for us. Understand that? That's why when investor come, we put a lot of requirement they need to invest. Okay, thank you. Another question? Oh, pecah dah. Okay.
Okay. Is there any other questions? I think if you have, you can catch up with her. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Technology City Maizara.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We move on to the second case study. Process systems harnessing waste heat from cooling of freezer system will be presented by Mr. Chew Soon Yin, the CEO NRS Process Systems Sdn Berhad. So let me introduce a little bit about Mr. Chew. Okay. Sorry, just now I overlooked about Technology City Zaira. I apologize. Dr. Chew Soon Yin is the CEO and Technical Director of NRS Process System, a Malaysian-based engineering firm specializing in industrial refrigeration, cooling and freezing system. With over 30 years of experience, he is a prominent expert in sustainable HVAC and ammonia refrigeration. He leads NRS Process System, overseeing projects across sectors like cold storage, pharmaceutical and power generation. Is an active member of American Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers and serve as the chair of the Malaysian chapter on refrigeration. He is also a member of IIAR and Euromon. Mr. Chew frequently speaks at industrial events on the use of natural refrigerants and energy-efficient cooling solutions. For example, he has spoken at the Gunter Impact Summit and conducted a technical talk at university like USM. With that, we would like to invite Mr. Chew to take the podium. Are you going to use this?
Yeah. Can I borrow your microphone? Yeah, thank you.
20 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Hi. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My topic is on waste to health, waste to wealth, harnessing waste heat. Oh, something is wrong here. Can you help me here? Give me a moment. Technical glitch. Ya, tak boleh. Bukan. Ini ya. Okay. Ya. Ya. Tak ada. Okay. I'm not going to go through my resume, but I'm going to start here because of time. The approach is, first of all, to harness waste heat. Basically, on most cooling systems, you have the cool side, but a lot of times we reject the heat to the outside, to the atmosphere. It's like a household aircon. You have a cool bedroom, cool living room, but you reject the heat to the outside. Yeah. So the second one is in any cooling systems and also heating systems, you need refrigerants. I'll talk about refrigerants, and then the third part is the applications from water to water heat pumps. These heat pumps are used in industry for replacement of boilers. So we reduce the dependence on fossil fuel boilers to cooling systems to generate a lot of heat. So how do we do it? First of all, we talk about natural refrigerants. And first of all, many times we get asked, what is the best refrigerant for us? The fact is, there is no perfect refrigerant. All refrigerants are dangerous. You know, you have 134A in your car, when you drive your car, and if enough 134A leaks inside your car, you are enjoying the aircon, it will displace the oxygen in your car, and you will fall asleep and eventually not wake up. It's like carbon monoxide poisoning, right? So refrigerants are very dangerous. Every refrigerant is dangerous, even here. I will go about this in a little bit. There are basically two categories of refrigerants. One is the synthetic refrigerant, and one is the natural refrigerants. Synthetic refrigerants have been developed since the 1960s, and they are called CFCs, HCFCs, HFCs, and HFOs. Now, the synthetic refrigerants are what they call global warming refrigerants, greenhouse gases. They contribute a high percentage of global warming compared to CO2. So, for example, 404A is about 4,000 times more potent than CO2. So, basically, synthetic refrigerants like CFC is now found to be causing the ozone hole. Then the HCFC and the HFCs are causing climate change because of their high global warming potential. Even your 134A used in your car and your household fridge is using 134A. And now they have the new refrigerants called HFO. HFOs are now going to be causing environmental damage and also impact our own health. I will explain to you. So CFCs is now banned. HCFC is also banned. HFCs are being phased down. That means over the next couple of years, you will not get HFCs. So they now have the new refrigerant called HFOs to replace the HFCs. First, it is very expensive. Secondly, it has a chemical called PFAS or TFA. PFAS is your forever chemical that cannot be destroyed. This chemical is used in your, for example, your non-stick pan. You know, you have soda, you have the aluminum can. Inside the aluminum can, there is a layer of lining. That lining can also be a PFAS chemical. What happens to PFAS? PFAS breaks down and leaches into your blood. You drink this, it's leaching into your blood. In fact, when I get back, I just had my medical last month. I'm going to go back, I'm going to get my blood tested if I have PFAS in my blood. I just came back from Europe. PFAS, there are 5 European countries. They are going to ban PFAS in the European Union. The proposal is going to be tabled at the end of the year. So PFAS basically will break down in the atmosphere. It will come down as water under TFA, which is trifluoroacetic acid, and it will impact our blood. It will, because we drink it from the water, it will impact our liver and maybe unborn child. Studies have been found. Yeah. So the next category of refrigerants that we have is natural refrigerants like ammonia, CO2, hydrocarbons. So what do we do with heat pumps? Now, in order to be ESG friendly, we need to achieve high efficiency, and heat pumps are one way to go to generate a lot of heat. So the fossil fuel basically gets about efficiency level of less than 1, typically about 0.8, right? Because you have the green part, you fill in your diesel or you feed in your fuel oil, you get heat, you generate a lot of heat, and your efficiency is less than 1. If you have a heat pump, you have electric motors to drive the compressor, and you have your waste heat, you will have an efficiency level of about 6. The easiest heat recovery is when you have a compressor and we have an oil cooler. We can get about 30-degree water going in, and then we can heat it up to about 40 to 70 degrees. That's the easiest, and we do not call this a heat pump, we call this a heat recovery unit. We just recover the heat. It's low-grade heat. And then we have heat exchangers. The first water will enter your subcooler, goes into the oil cooler, goes into the desuperheater, and then out into the condenser. Basically, it will be like this. Your water, this is your existing refrigeration system. We can call a scavenging heat pump, and we can draw the refrigerant gas to our heat pump to generate very high temperatures from, let's say, 13 degrees. We can go up to 65 degrees, and we can generate about 30 meter cube of water or 30 tons of water an hour. We can generate heat at about 1.8 megawatt. Right? That's a lot of heating. And we can generate it with about 300 kilowatt or 400 horsepower compressor. Okay? So we can, from your existing system, instead of throwing it out to your condenser, we take it out and generate a lot of heat. Another heat pump application is where you have 7-degree water going out and 12-degree water coming for air conditioning. That is about 1 megawatt. And then on the heat side, you can have 30 degrees and getting out about 80-degree hot water, nearly 1.5 megawatt. And you use only one compressor, which is 500 kilowatt, and your total COP is about 5.5. So you can see we can achieve a very high level of efficiency with that heat pump. And this is a typical picture of a heat pump that we package. You can have about 12 to 18 degrees coming in, and you can generate up to 95 degrees with this model. And you can generate about 660 kilowatt of heat energy. Your COP is about 2.6. Another heat pump, you can have 40, 45 degrees, 50 or 45 degrees hot water coming in. You can generate up to 95 degrees. You can generate up to about nearly 7.7 megawatt of heating energy. So there's a lot of heat that we can use, and the efficiency is about 6.1. Applications. Typically, we will use it for industrial applications, pulp and paper. We can use it for food production. A lot of chicken processing plants will need hot water to scale the birds for defeathering, cleaning their floors, cleaning their facilities for sanitation, do the wash down for their plant, bottle warming. A lot of the, your Coca-Cola or your 100 plus, they'll go through a cooling process. And then before they go into packaging, they need bottle warming. And then we do pasteurization of milk. Hospitals are a good source of application for heat pumps. Boiler preheat, that means we preheat boiler water instead of your boiler getting 30-degree water. Can you imagine your boilers getting 95-degree water, right? Process drying, humidity control, pharmaceutical. These are some examples that we do for heat pumps in our industry. And then we need to integrate all this, we need to use AI, and we have a lot of CFD, we have a lot of electronic tools to use, and we integrate all this to your smartphone. And we use this on the heat pump and integrate this together to make it a successful operation and be very, very ESG friendly. These are some of our customers that we have. This is the food processing sector. This is the industrial sector, including some oil and gas people in pharmaceutical, palm oil, and chemical industries. And a lot of times, people find refrigeration or heat pumps blank. They do not understand the mechanics of it, so they are out of ideas. So sometimes you need to have some people who have experience, the right expertise, the consistency to deliver, and the peace of mind. And there's one company in Malaysia, NRS, with cool ideas, cool solutions. We are right out of Penang, and this is where you can get us and talk to us if you want to talk to us. And thank you very much. That's it, short and sweet.
Is there any question you'd like to ask Mr. Chew? We open to the floor. One question. Is there any questions from the floor? Okay, if no, let's give a round of applause. We would like to call upon Dr. Chandra to give a small token of appreciation to Mr. Chew. On the stage, please. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Chew. Thank you very much for wonderful, insightful, and the time management. I really like it. Okay, before we go for a tea break, let's go for the third case study from Tuan Haji Zulhilmi bin Muhammad Nasir, CIMLT, National Defence University of Malaysia, with the topic of optimizing logistics from lean practices. Okay, we would like to invite Tuan Haji Zulhilmi to take the floor. Thank you. We will be given another 20 minutes. By 4, we'll go for tea break. After the tea break, we have 2 more sections. We try to finish by 5 o'clock. All the audience who are presenting today will be delivered a live certificate, not e-certificate. So there will be a VIP coming to deliver the certificate. So please be with us. Thank you. If you all want to grab a cup of tea, you can serve yourself. You can have a cup of tea while we are getting the lecture. But make sure you pay attention. While waiting, we would like to invite all the our guests to have a cup of tea. You can take your tea. You can bring to your place while waiting. Some technical issues. You can grab your tea.
The weakness of a discharger.
You can have it.
How are we control? Control from there. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa bihi nasta'in. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon to all the esteemed guests, my industrial academicians, colleague, and ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, it's an honor for me to be here before you to become as a speaker. Today's sessions, this is a sharing session only. This is from what we are doing in this recent year regarding to promoting one of tools or technique by using a lean management, so that maybe pada mula-mula all of we thought regarding the waste is more towards the yang kita faham. But in this session, I will bring you guys, all of you, to understand regarding the waste in economy, the waste related to how the company, or especially on the logistic and transportation operation, do the things that waste and contribute to the carbon emissions or carbon footprints. So, in the logistic and transportation operations, we have to understand that this is a very major economic needs globally nowadays. Look at around us, what we are wear, we eat, in our hands, is have a history. Dia punya the supply chain history behind the product. So that's why the movement of cargo from the raw material, from the farm, from the production towards the consumer, actually is a very, we need to pay high in terms of the carbon emissions globally. Okay, so let's see to the slide. is a 8.4 gigaton contributions on the logistics sector towards the carbon emissions, as well as consists of around 10 to 15% of GHG emissions globally. So we all know that we have 5 mode of transport. We have air transportation, we have a road transportation, we have a rail transportation, we also have a sea transportation, as well as another one is a pipeline operation. So the air transportation is the most contributor towards the carbon emissions, such as CO2, NOx, and sulfur, and so on. So because of the high demands of the air traffic or air transportations for the long haul movement, so and also because of the needs of the movement of cargo, so that's why air freights become more contributions, and as well as the engine that they use, the motive power they use, is easily to contribute to the emission. So why inefficiency is equal to pollution? Okay, we have to understand that in logistics, they good in manage their movement of cargo, and also they have some kind of technology to integrate all the process involved in the logistic. But some company, they still have a manual, traditional system in order to manage the parties involved in the operations, as well as to track and also to deal with the forwarders company. So there's the technique that we can use in order to reduce the cost in the operation and also to enhance the operational efficiency. So there come the lean logistic. Okay, lean logistic. So before we go to the lean logistic tools, I would like to share with you regarding 7 ways in logistics and transportation. So number 1 is a transportation waste. Okay, when we talk about transportation waste, meaning that it happen day to day. Kita hantar, we transport goods from via our lorry or heavy trunk, and then we come back to the base with the empty loaded. So it happened many times in the industry. If we will not manage well these activities, we is also always will contribute. Always. Oh, sorry. Is it? Okay. Okay, right. So this is the thing that every times happen in the industry. If you don't manage well, the waste will contribute a lot of carbon footprints in unnecessary movement. Number 2 is inventory waste. This happen because of overstocking in the warehousing. This is because poor in the forecasting planning. So because of we fail to forecast the demand, so we have we have the overstocking in our premise. So when we have this, it will lead to more use of lighting, heating, and so on. Number 3 is waiting waste. Okay, this is waiting waste is many happen to the lorry driver in order to wait their delivery time schedule in order to deliver a cargo from one place to another. Because of the schedule is not being planned well towards the driver, jadi dia need to wait, kena tunggu at some certain period of time. Bila dia tunggu tu, they on the engine and without under any movement, so it will just waste of burning the fuels. Okay, so this is things happen every day actually. And then number 4 is a motion waste. This is happened in the production line because of the failures of layout planning in the premise. So is a lot of motion, is unnecessary motion, movement inside the manufacturing area. It also contribute to the waste of energy, waste of fuel combustion, and also in battery usage for the forklift and etc. And then number 5 is over processing. When we talk about over processing in the logistic, is related to the packaging. For example, we not plan well the packaging in the one product, or we don't monitor well the packaging process in one specific company or logistic operations, maybe it will contribute a lot of waste in terms of plastic usage. Okay, use the not right size of box towards a specific size of product. Nowadays, kita ada banyak online product, online sales dalam TikTok, dalam Shopee. Sometimes kita pandang kecil this kind of activity. Sebenarnya ekonomi TikTok ataupun personal dalam platform online TikTok, Shopee and so on ni, dia punya sellers tu lebih kurang dalam 70% is a domestic punya seller. So bila domestic punya seller, how they manage the packaging, macam mana dia uruskan dia punya delivery dan sebagainya, semua itu secara manual saja. So that's why dia akan, maybe this process nak tak cakap, jadi dia akan contribute a lot of waste dalam penggunaan plastik dan sebagainya. Number 6 is defect. Okay, when we talk about defect, this is regarding how the process of logistic damage the cargo, and then as well as defect in terms of the product in the industry. So because of that issue, we have to do a double movement for one specific goods, because of we need a reverse logistic to cater the issue. So is also we contribute the carbon footprint for the unnecessary process. Number 7 is overproduction. This is related to the overproduction in the manufacturing, as well as because of the overproductions, it will contribute to more logistic planning process with to cater the cargo or the product not been sold in the market. They have to assign another transportation process to cater the unsold finished goods. So this is the link thinking that we can use in order to reduce the cost operations, as well as to enhance the efficiency in the operation. So this is the framework. Next. So this is the framework of lean logistics. This framework focus on 3 components, which is cost reduction theory, performance theory, and the lean transportation law theory. So on the cost reduction, this is the study that we have made a few years before with the several logistic and transportation company. So we go to the company, we collect the data, we understand which leans application that they use, and also how the performance on the lean practice. So this is the structure that we have found from the data being done, study being done. So from this study, we have a 3 focus on the lean, which is a lean cost reduction, performance theory, and the lean transportation theory. Each component have a sub-component. For cost reduction theory, we have a mid-run, just in time. We focus also on waste tiers elimination. For the performance theory, we focus on operation collaboration, continuous improvement, and also information sharing. For the lean transportation law theory, we focus on the law, transportation waste, law of transportation strategy, law of daily event management, and law of transportation performance. Okay, next. So the finding of the study. So the finding under the mid-run, we found that the activity under this company is a forecasting and stock management. They do well on the forecasting and stock management, which can lead to the reduced operational costs and avoiding waste, and then optimizing the delivery routes and improving the transportation efficiency. For the just-in-time, when we talk about mid-run and just-in-time, it's more towards the Toyota production system. Number one is reducing risk of cargo damage, avoiding delay, efficient truck monitoring process, driver arrive on time, handling goods is done carefully, promote customer to do GIT. Number three is waste elimination, time management, truck allocation system, performance audits, waste detection and analysis, monitoring system, always reduce mistake, cost reduction thinking. Next. For the performance theory on the lean thinking, number one on the operational collaboration, the finding is outsourcing. So we outsource some process. They outsource some process to the expert. Mutual agreement, location surrounding logistic facilities, marketing and collaboration, maintaining good communication, sign long-term agreement, interconnected between parties involved, integrated system. And then do the continuous improvement, proper storage system, Kaizen system, daily meeting with the spiritual element, barcode, RFID system, implement mass cloud system, information sharing and zero defect, WMS system on the warehouse operation, GPS tracking system, EDI, fast communication via WhatsApp, okay, and monitoring and driver coordination system. Okay, number three, for the transportation law theory, for law of the transportation waste, warehouse management system, accurate stock picking and packing to the client schedule, reduce error and unnecessary trip, centralized logistic, cost management in transport, own transport and truck utilization, driver guidance and monitoring, operational efficiency, container inbound and outbound driver productivity, and then law of transportation strategy, prioritize GIT as its primary strategy, cost optimization, minimizing waste, maximizing revenue, good operational practice, early truck departure, continuous tracking and on-time delivery, for the law of daily event management, delivery, schedule and planning, driver consistency, flexibility in operation, documentation requirement, systemized delivery time schedule, delivery order, consignment note, booking confirmation, integrated system. For the last one, law of transportation performance, audit process, customer review and feedback, KPI monitoring and evaluation, employee performance tracking, continuous improvement on KPI result. Okay, next. So, lean logistic framework combining a cost reduction theory, performance theories, and the lean transportation law theory for the Malaysian logistic operation. From this study also, we know that some companies are aware of the lean concept and also already can reduce their cost of operation. For the industry impact, framework enables logistic operation to achieve cost efficiency, enhance performance and competitive advantage through systematic lean adoption. So based on the study, we can say that around 10 to 30% average operating cost reduction. So lean is cost-effective path to be a better GSD solution. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Salam sejahtera.
Is there any question? We open to the floor to ask to our panelists here. Okay. Okay, everybody is concerned about the time. Okay, we would like, thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to Zul. We would like to call Dr. Chandra to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Zul. Sir. Let's give a round of applause to Tuan Haji Zulhimi bin Muhammad Nasir, CIMLT, National Defence University of Malaysia. Thank you, sir. Sorry because of the time. We have two more sections. Now we are going for a workshop which will be delivered by Miss Panita Murugia, the policy pivot from knowing to doing, your 90-day carbon compliance action plan. So Ms. Punita is a CHG verifier and HRDC accredited training combining over 15 years of hands-on manufacturing quality assurance experience, sustainable system. She graduated from University of ANJUNG, Malaysia. She completed a ISO 14064 lead verifier verification under Carbon Scan AI Academy. Her career includes senior QA executive role of Nestle Manufacturing Malaysia Sdn Bhd. She managed ISO 9001. She is a ISO 14001 certifier, compliant waste management supplier audit program. She served as senior analyst at the Academy of Science Malaysia of National Water Sector Transformation, National Policy Level Sustainability. She delivers HRDC's SBL HAS claimable training for food and manufacturing SME covering GHG accounting, carbon footprint, and ESG reporting. With that, I would like to call upon Ms. Panita Murugia on the floor, please. We will give her almost 20 minutes to complete. She have a workshop to deliver to you all, so please pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Kesavan. Good evening. Good evening. All right. Before I'm already showing the first slide, but let me ask you 4 questions. Right. I believe some of you here are already in the SME line. So I would like to ask you, in the last 12 months, who has received any questions about emissions, carbon, sustainability, or ESG from a customer, a supplier, a regulator, or your own brand? Hands up. No? Oh, I see one. Okay, right. Many of us will be thinking that this might be a future problem, but I think that one hand is already telling us that that is not really a future problem, but it is already in room with us, right? So my second question, hands up again, and be honest. If a major customer sent you a Scope 3 questionnaire next Monday, who would have completed and defensive answer ready to be sent back? I think if you don't have the question, how would you send out, right? Right, never mind. So never mind, I'll go to that third one. You see, like GSG, I'm here to, I'm going to deliver to you how we can move from knowing to doing. In the morning, Dr. Maran have explained to us about GHG emissions, how we do counting from Scope 1, Scope 2 counting. So I'm going to explain to you, I'm going to just guide you, how are we going to do that in 90 days. See, that's why we are here. Next slide, please. Yeah. Right. So most of the discussion of this stuff, we have 4 rooms here, and we are basically going into 2 things. Yeah. So there are 2 stories on this slide. Okay, the first story is the cost coming home. That is the carbon tax in 2026. Yeah. So which start with iron, steel, and energy, but it's actually expense. And it's EU CBAM, which is already live this January this year. So both put a price on these emissions, yeah. So one at home and the other one at EU border. And they are linked because tax paid at home reduces the bill at the border. So my second story is the disclosure is coming down. the supply chain, right? That's Bursa NSRF and IFRS S2. Malaysian adopted this in 2024. Listed companies must report this, and when they report, they need a scope 3 data, which means their SME suppliers are the next, which we are SME suppliers, so we are in the next line. Okay, these 2 stories and 4 frameworks, yeah, different doors, but they all heading towards the same room, right? So look at the bottom of this slide. We just need one foundation to address this, which is a verified GHG inventory. So how do we do that? That's the next question. So that's the entire structural argument of this workshop. Everything else is operational details. Yeah. Next slide. Right. So many of you in this room might be thinking that, see, when we talk about EU CBAM, we are talking about carbon tax. We are basically directing it to iron, steel, and also energy. But what if it doesn't apply to us? No, none of us are from this line, then it doesn't apply to us. Is that true? But what this slide doesn't mean you're safe, yeah? You have 3 doors here, same room, which all directing to your profit and loss, yeah? Domestic, your carbon tax 2026 already starts with iron, steel, and the energy, right? Every ton of your scope 1 equivalent, carbon equivalent becomes a cash line item, yeah? So you pay at home when these carbon taxes 2026 is imposed, you pay at home. And when you export, what happens is you pay at the EU borders, yeah? So CBAM is live since January 2026. Your EU importers must declare that carbon embedded in your goods. So, and pass that cost back to you. So if, let's say, you don't have verified data, you don't have a GHG verified data, what they do is they're going to use the punitive default to charge you. This is what exactly Dr. Maran has shared in the morning session, yeah? And the supply chains, your customer asks first, yeah? So you see, you might be not directly involved in these industries, but you might be the downline of your customers. For example, if you have a Nestle, Unilever, and these big companies, yeah, they are listed under Bursa, and Bursa wants them to report, right? So when they report, their scope 1 and scope 2, scope 3, their scope 3 reports become your scope 1 and scope 2 reports, meaning to say you are being pressed by them to furnish your scope 1 and scope 2 data so that they can give their reports to the Bursa or whatever regulations that they are committed to. Next. So before I show you, yeah, I think this is what Dr. Maran also shared with you earlier in the morning. So what we need right now is one verified GHG inventory. Companies that have one, they have options. Companies that don't have, actually they have problems. Yeah, so this is the one. So now, before I show you the 90-day plan, I want this on screen for a moment. Next slide, please. Yeah. So basically, this is slide number, okay. So basically this is, the gap is not data, basically it's structure. What I mean by here is that 2 months back, yeah, 2 months back, I sat in the meeting room with a food manufacturer in Selangor. Not going to name them, but one of the large food companies in the central region. They actually have for 14 years of electricity bill sitting in a cupboard. They have huge loads of boilers, yeah, going back to 2019. They have this, how many times the refrigerants are being filled up, and all this data they do have, okay? And they have top-up records from their maintenance team. They have waste that is manifest for landfill and also recycling. They had everything, yeah? And they had 0 carbon numbers, yeah? Why is it? The gap is not the data problem, Okay, it's a structure problem basically, and it is everywhere, right? Look at this slide on the left. Okay, what is what they had? Okay, on the left, they already have the electricity bills, 14 years in a cupboard, fuel logs for boilers, generators, and fleet, refrigerant top-up records from maintenance, waste manifest for landfill and recycling, chemical inventory tracked for HACCP. Okay, HACCP is a food safety system, basically, and you will also have to collect some data when you do your HACCP studies, and data from there you can actually pick it up and put it here, right? On the right-hand side, what's missing is an organizational boundary defined and documented, Malaysia-specific emission factors, audit trail that survives third-party review, and ISO 14064-1 structure on the data you already have, and one person to own the inventory. Okay, so this gap is basically everywhere, but it is fixable, lah. Yeah, right. So I'll move on with move on to the next one. Yeah, 3 failure modes. Yes. So actually, these 3 failure modes and what they cost. Let me show you the 3 ways it can go wrong. Almost every food and manufacturing SMEs I worked with, the failure mode come down to these 3 things. Number 1 is there's no boundary being set. So what happens when there's no boundary being set? You actually report what is convenient to you. Yeah. When you report what is convenient to you, you leave out something or you over declare something. Yeah, this is what happened. So sometimes your data that you're supposed to declare as yours will be declared by your competitors as them. So there is a crisscross is happening. So you are basically not reporting your emission correctly, and when during the verification process, your auditor can pick this up within 20 minutes, right? So setting the boundary is number 1 failure mode, which you can actually avoid. Failure mode number 2 is wrong factors being used. So you use a generic international default that do not reflect Malaysian grid or fuel mix. So when you use this, you are over committing or you are over declaring. Yeah, it can happen. Sometimes it can be under declaring. This also non-negotiated and it can be rejected. And mode number 3, there's no audit trail. Your sustainability report is built from screenshots, last-minute reports, spreadsheets, yeah, with no version control. When this happens, the data that you produce become non-defensible. You can't defend because the methodology is not there, right? So the consequences is your customers, auditors might reject it, so you lost the contract, yeah? So 3 modes, failure modes, these 3 consequences all are preventable if you set up the structure correctly at the very beginning, yeah? Next one. Yeah, so we come to here. So how do we fix this? Yeah. So I have come up with a very simple one. Day 1 to 30, day 31 to 60, and day 61 to 90. So basically, I call this the 90-day action plan towards establishing GHG verifiable data inventory. Yeah. So go back. Yeah. So what you do in day 1 to 30 is basically you're establishing your baseline. Yeah. In 31 to 60, you basically quantify and you verify your data. And the last phase, 31 to 90 days, you basically disclose and you engage with the right party. All right. So this day 1 establishing five things. What you're going to do, basically, you're going to do 5 things, which is first, appoint your internal GHG champions. Second one, you have to define your organizational boundary. And for this, you need to use your ISO 14064-1 to understand the structure and to define the boundaries properly. and then map your scope 1 and scope 2 emission sources. Then after, what you can do is you gather all these 12 months activity data and identify the data owner for each source. Now, I'm not going to walk through this theory. We are going to do these 3 of them right now for your own company. So basically, I'm just going to start it off with you. Who's going to distribute the worksheets? I've given the worksheets. Yeah, can start the worksheets. Then you will be given a worksheets currently. It's a very simple questions in the worksheets. We start filling it up. This will start the process basically. Then you can bring back this worksheet and you can continue with the other steps as how I have explained. I'll be explaining shortly. Yeah, the worksheet. Already? You're already having the, do you have this? Yes. So you have this my carbon compliance form already with you? Everyone have it? Okay. So basically what you have to do is just you fill up the blank, name, company and your date. And your GSG champion, you need to name one person to own the inventory. This, all the work that you're going to do it now, is going to come out in one document. So we need to name someone who can own this inventory. If you have the person's name now and the role, you can fill it up now. Actually, I need to speed up this workshop. So I planned this for 8 minutes. I'm not going to give you that 8 minutes. Probably we'll do it in half of that 4 minutes. I think that's fine with that. Yeah, right. And second one is your top 3 emission sources. If you're from the SMEs, if you're from SMEs and you are directly involving with any processors, industries, you could get this. You can identify now 3 sources of your top 3 emission sources. Your emission sources will be fuels that get burnt or electricity that you bought. These are your 3 emission sources. You can list it down, the top 3 on the paper. And then on the third question is the data owners. Who actually controls the file or the invoice for each sources? That's all you need to do right now. Is 4 minutes enough? I think enough. I think we have to make it enough, right? Right. So just give some time. Yeah. Done? Shall we proceed? Can we proceed? Anybody need 1 or 2 minutes? I see some heads are down, actively writing, and some are already relaxing. Okay, so we are done. Hold your pens. So don't worry if you have not finished. You can get this back home and you have finished what you have started. Right, so the next 60 days of workflow. The next slide, please. Yeah, okay, this is what comes after your 30 days. Quickly, because it's what flows naturally, yeah, from the worksheet that you have just started, right? Day 31 and 60 basically is going back to calculating your verified emission factors. Not internet calculators, but you identify your top 3 emission sources by volume. You have just did that, the top 3 that you have listed down, that is your main emissions, and you're going to calculate that. Right? Those are your reduction priorities. You have identified that. Next, you move on to how to reduce the priorities. Your scope 3 to flag what's material. You prepare your ISO 14064-1 compliant document, and you do an internal review before you submit anything externally. So you do need to establish the data, and then you review internally before you submit those data. Yeah? So the next one will be day 61 to day 90. You prepare your carbon tax 2026 submissions. So basically establish your data and then calculate and verify it. The third one will be disclosing and engaging. Your structure, your IFRS S2, all this has been discussed in the morning, so I believe we are following up from there. The Bursa ESG disclosure. So you assess your CBAM exposure for any EU exports. Then you present these findings to your board, and crucially, whether the board approves the budget or not. Okay, this is how it flows. Right? It is not basically an environmental report. That framing changes because whether the board approves the budget or not, you engage your top 5 suppliers and scope 3 data because their data feeds yours. Yeah. So all of that flows from the 3 lines you just wrote in your worksheet. Now let's ask me some the questions many of you might be silently asking. Do we need to hire a consultant for this? Yeah. I think I have to go back. Yeah. Never mind, let it come by. I will just carry on with this, yeah? Okay, so go back to the questions that you might be slightly asking. Do I need to hire a consultant? Yeah, here's the pathway. Let's say ISO 14064 lead verifier certification, part 1, 2, and 3, delivered through Carbon Scan AI Academy. And this is the path most of you will care about. HRDC claimable, SBL cost eligible, which means effectively 0 out-of-pocket cost for Malaysian companies. Yeah. So what can that trained person actually can do? Right. 4 things they can do. They maintain your annual GSG inventory independently, no recurring consultancy fees. They answer your client ESG questionnaires with verified data, so you don't lose any contracts. They prepare your carbon tax, Bursa, ESG, and CBAM submission. And they defend your data when third-party verifiers comes in. These are the 4 things that your trained GSG champion can do for your company. Think about the economics for a moment. A consultant who comes back every year costs you a consultant every year, but a trained internal champion costs you 1 cost. Yeah, and that's the value that compounds. Yeah. So let me close where the day began. This morning, Dr. Sugmaran, he has showed us the road to net zero. It's not optional. It is the direction Malaysia is heading. And he also said that measuring your emission is not as complicated as it sounds, yeah, when you follow the right protocol. And what I'm telling you now is that tool, the training and the regulatory framework are all in place, yeah. So with that, I will end my workshop now. And thank you for your attention.
Any questions from the floor? Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. We will call upon Dr. Chandra to give a token of appreciation to Miss Panita. Panita, okay. Thank you, ma'am. Let's give a round of applause to Miss Panita. Okay, we came to the final. We came for the final sector for the international seminar. Investment trend, how sustainability linked loans are driving innovation. Industrial panel from MITI, representing Dr. Hanafi Sakri, Deputy Secretary General. We have here with us today Mr. Dr. Wong Wai Kyun, Senior Principal, Assistant Director, Division Industrial, Environmental, Social and Governance. With that, we would like to call upon Dr. Wong to deliver his lecture.
Thank you, sir. This is for you, right? Okay, never mind.
You can use this.
It's okay. Okay. This is fine. Good afternoon, colleagues, fellow colleagues and distinguished industry leaders. Speaking on behalf of the MITI, I want to clarify our collective focus right now from the start. First and foremost, thank you again to Dr. Chandra for having us here today. On behalf of Dato Hanafi, TKSU industry of MITI, he has expressed his deepest appreciation for the opportunity for MITI to speak here today. Now, our part here, I take it that for the whole morning, you have spoke about what are the contexts with regards on carbon tax, the need for reporting on scope 1, 2, and 3. What I intend to bring here from MITI's perspective is to talk about more on the policy front, specifically on what are the incentives and more importantly, the support that the government is currently providing in helping you to green your journey, so to speak. Here, I would like to first and foremost, I have to clarify. Was there any NRES rep that came today? NRES National, the Ministry of Sustainability and what? If there's none, that's fine. Because first and foremost, I would like to let you know, MITI is not an environmental regulator, nor we are here to hand you a new book of compliance checklists. MITI is your investment facilitator, your ecosystem builder, and your champion for global competitiveness. Let's move on to the next slide. Thank you. Okay. Our topic here today centers on something very interesting. We call it the investment trend and how sustainability linked instruments are driving innovation. But let us look at the biggest picture that we have to address right now. How can Malaysian industry unlock investment to accelerate transformation while remaining globally competitive? Capital is shifting globally, moving toward organizations with clear sustainability practices. Here, we will review how to unlock that capital to modernize your factory floor, integrate automation, implement advanced data matrix, and see how we can strengthen your international market access. Okay. You heard about CBAM. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with EUDR. This is the core issues and policy decision that is now affecting our industry and Malaysia as a whole. If you're familiar with CBAM, I'm probably just going to go through it, but quickly, I just want to talk about EUDR. It's called the EU Deforestation Regulation. This one comes into full effect for large and medium entities beginning December 30th of this year, where many of our commodity players are now required to report their absolute geolocation traceability back to the plot of the land. This is the new reality that's on the ground. If you cannot provide verifiable product data, you cannot participate in the global trade. Of course, EU CBAM is something that's closer to MITI because we oversee the development of the steel industry as a whole. But I take it that the CBAM is not only covering for steel sector, they're looking at 5 sectors. And I heard the latest development is that the EU would like to push it through the whole supply chain really, meaning that any of a product made from steel or fertilizer will all come under the effect of CBAM sooner or later. So if your product carries a high carbon intensity, your international buyer will face automated financial adjustment at the port of entry, instantly making your goods uncompetitive on the price. Let's move on to the next slide. Scope 3 realities. Now, we have been engaging many industry players since we have launched our IEG framework for the past decade or so. Many SME owners believe they are insulated from this international shift because they do not export directly to EU or to the West. This is a very critical misconception because of what we call the supply chain waterfall effect, where most Malaysian manufacturers operate as a critical tier structure suppliers within the Scope 3 ecosystem. As long as you trade internationally, you have one way or another be responsible on reporting on your Scope 1 and 2 emission data. Now, when a global Fortune 500 buyer establishes an absolute emission reduction milestone, the target is structurally codified into their operation, their procurement contract. If your supply precision component, polymer, electronics or industrial packaging to any of these MNC and fail to deliver the product level carbon data, you risk becoming an immediate regulatory liability. The shift is backed by clear buyer demand data. I think I am not trying to recall what was the last reading, but 73% of consumers stated they will pay more for product with transparent sourcing, and 94% will display higher long-term brand loyalty when supported by clear operational ESG numbers. Okay, next slide. So MITI policy response are not fragmented. We are structured it as a cohesive, interlocking national engine. We have intentionally bridged macroeconomic goals with company-level execution. NIMP, the one on the far left, we call the New Industrial Master Plan, as well as the National Energy Transition Roadmap, NETR, lay out our macro pathway. Achieving this economy targeting a GDP scale up to $220 billion ringgit and the creation of 300,000 future-ready jobs by 2050. This is where the strategic interlock becomes vital for your business and your organization. Our industrial strategies dictate where capital is urgently required. The one on the middle, called the Green Investment Strategy Levers, isolate 7 low carbon levers across manufacturing and services. And lastly, well, of course, we look at the Green Investment Strategy, the National Investment Aspiration that looks into the quality gatekeeper. Where this function as our fiscal engine, dictating exactly how that investment is rewarded. Here, we hope that we can actually subsidize the adoption of process update by helping you to unlock green capital to future-proof your facilities. Next slide. Okay, to guide our industrial sector through this transformation, MITI has launched the IEG framework back in 2023. I'm happy to note that I'm one of the division pioneer that established this particular roadmap. And if you can pay attention, I think by mid of this year, the Ministry of Economy is going to launch the very own national ESG strategy plan called the NESP that covers all the sector moving forward. This is a very exciting time. You're here at the exact path where you will cross path with a lot of interesting, exciting opportunity arising from this ESG agenda. Here, our framework focus not only just on very vague corporate goal, we have 6 specific structural enablers, 17 strategies, and 50 explicit deliverables. But most importantly, if you have the time to visit our MITI website, type in MITI ESG, you will be able to access our dedicated website that allow you to go through a step-by-step instruction and template via the IEG starter kit to help you build a reliable sustainability matrix. Next slide. Okay, A successful industrial transformation requires stability and predictability. Therefore, MITI has executed this framework across two distinct operational phases. Phase 1, from 2024 until 2026, focus on a just transition. We are now entering the final phase of phase 1. Next year, MITI, we're going to move to the phase 2, where we're going to push for stronger ESG adoption. First part is more on awareness, creating awareness and so forth. The second part is where the adoption comes in. Incentive, grant, and anything that we can do to support your program to adopt ESG will be pre-planned and implemented accordingly as well. Next slide will be on the sustainable finance and data. Next slide. Okay. Before I touch upon this part, allow me to just briefly explain what we are doing now to achieve the national net zero goal. MITI is trying to accelerate capital scaling as well. Our national target is quite clear. We want to draw in 300 over billion in green investment by 2030 across the manufacturing and services sector. Think about this way. We want to understand the scale of this ambition. We are looking at, consider the multiplier effect that this target demands more than 7 times acceleration over our historical baseline of 40 billion deployed between 2017 and 2023. So let me put this into context. From 2017 to 2033, on average, every year, the government spent around 40 billion ringgit to support green transition. But under our new GIS guideline, we intend to scale it up all the way to over 300 billion green investment by 2030. So it's more than 7 times accelerating the adoption. And this is crucial because, again, under this NIF, you can Google it later as well. It's always available in our MITI website. There are 2 tracks. We will either provide you a special tax rate down to between 0 to 5% for up to 15 years for high priority tiers project. Or under track 2, we deliver an investment tax allowance of up to 100% on qualifying capital expenditure for up to 10 years, allowing you to offset up to 100% of your statutory income. This message from the government is quite clear. The more advanced is your sustainability strategy, the more aggressive our fiscal support will be. With that, we move to the next slide. Within this financing ecosystem, sustainability-linked loans act as a practical mechanism for business modernization. Unlike, again, what I mentioned, the green financing facility that was strictly restricted to specific eco-friendly asset, right now the sustainability-linked loans are providing flexible capital for general corporate use as well. The interest rate pricing is tied to clear sustainability performance target, such as reducing your process emission intensity or improving your resource efficiency. When your operation hits this target, the loan interest rate will then step down automatically, therefore creating immediate interest saving. This is how sustainable financing directly drives industrial innovation. The capital efficiency gained from your interest rate and saving can be immediately plowed back into your more advanced process automation. To capture this opportunity, MITI really urge that local manufacturer to leverage all these dedicated facility, including the Bank Negara, high-tech and green facility, alongside transition program from our commercial banking partners. Okay, next slide. So this part was touched upon by the previous speaker, Panita. I'm just going to briefly just go through this because generally these are the data, what you can do with it, what are the strategic level, and so on. So I'm just going to go through this quickly. Next slide. Okay, so this is interesting. Because I understand some of you here are also coming from the Polytechnic side, more on the manpower training agenda. So this is going to be quite interesting. I'm pleased to share with you, recently we had the opportunity to invite Talent Corp to share their national impact study on AI and green jobs. According to them, okay, over the next 3 to 5 years, their study, Talent Corp projected that approximately 700,000 employees across our core manufacturing and services sector will be highly impacted by automation and green economy updates. This process, according to them, translation will touch roughly 12% of our total industrial workforce. Meaning that moving forward, out of 10 workforce that you can encounter in the manufacturing sector, at least one of them will be affected by either AI or green job. Okay, and this is why for MITI, our response, again, I urge to work with us on focusing on the systematic upskilling for your workforce, for the young workforce themselves. This national study by Talent Corp has validated 120 emerging critical occupation, with 20% representing specialized green engineering role, such as sustainability specialists, EV battery life cycle manager, and circular economy engineers. Moving forward, MITI agency are collaborating with Kasuma and of course academic institution to deploy targeted micro-credential and technical training to meet this demand. Next slide. This is the second last slide already. Achieving this nationwide industrial transformation, we call it the green transformation, is a cross-disciplinary mission. This cannot be delivered by any single agency operating in isolation. It requires building an integrated multi-stakeholder ecosystem. MITI is keen to act as a central policy orchestra, aligning industrial direction with international trade opportunity. MIDA, you're familiar with MIDA. MIDA is under MITI, would provide the investment engine, managing project approval, and administrating the new incentive framework. Our partners under Bank Negara and Securities Commission and all the banks, we call it the financial institution, will deploy commercial capital through targeted sustainability-linked frameworks. If you're familiar with Matrade also, Matrade also is under MITI. Matrade actually provides a greening of your supply chain initiative. If you think that you're ready to move beyond Malaysia as the next, and looking beyond Malaysia as the next target market, Matrade is here to support you along the way, especially if you want to target the high yield export markets such as EU and US. Just to share with you, right now, for any of our Malaysian exporter that are keen to participate in any of our overseas mission, trade mission to EU, the minimum requirement according to the buyers there, the EU buyer, is that the company must have one sustainability report. Minimum must have one sustainability report. You don't just declare only, you must show proof of where you are with regards on ESG performance. So right now, Matrade have to tell our exporters, sorry, you want to come with us, you must make sure you have certain credential to move along. So that is for EU market already, okay? And of course, we are bringing all these components into a single unified engine to maximize your business readiness. And with that, on the last slide, let us summarize our path forward. And the future of international trade belongs to those organizations that view sustainability as a primary tool for operational innovation and market expansion. Capital is flowing systematically toward those companies with credible, data-backed ambition or even green transition strategies. We invite you, financial institute, academic leaders, to lock this new competitive edge. This immediate The immediate operational step for your business are very practical. First, designate an internal ESG champion if you're from any company. Second, benchmark your readiness. If you want to use our toolkit, it's available for free. Third, upgrade your data system to track product carbon footprint. And fourth, engage your financial partner to leverage sustainability-linked facility to accelerate your organization automation or greening of the process. And let us work together to reinforce Malaysia's position as a premier gateway for high-value, globally competitive green manufacturing in Asia. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening,
Yeah.
Dr. Marin here. So just now you was mentioning every year there's been a lot of allocation. If I'm not mistaken, I think almost 40 billion for this innovation of this green technology. Can I know how this fund is channeled? For what purpose this fund is channeled?
Okay. So probably I have to explain a bit more of the levers. The 7 levers that's identified under GIS. Basically, what happened is that MITI will identify what are the high value impact. There's a green potential. One of many. I just pick a few. RE, EE. Are you familiar with CCUS? Carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So there are 7 areas that are identified. What will happen is that they will go through a specific committee to be managed by a centralized pool that is to be coordinated by MITI specifically. I'll be happy to share more details exactly how do you tap into that. But generally, to access GIS fund, MIDA actually has a dedicated website that can allow you to know whether you qualify for that or not. These are only, we're talking about those big scale projects. But if you happen to be solution provider, or you want to embark on any of the ESG adoption, that will come in the fund in the grant format instead. Grant, provided your SMEs, of course. We don't assist the public listed company. They have all the help they have already and the resources. Let's say your solution provider or your company want to pursue any ESG adoption. I would highly recommend that you get in touch with our MITI agency, such as MIDA. They have this DIAF fund. We also have SIRIM. SIRIM also just launched a dedicated fund to assist you on doing ESG adoption as well. So this is a form of grant, matching grant. We call it 70-30 or 50-50, depending on what scale. But the big one, the big item project are all managed by MIDA under the Green Investment Strategy, GIS. 7 levers, EE, RE, and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, Dr. Dennis from UM. Hi, thanks, Dr. Wong, for your presentation.
I'm sorry, where are you, Mr. Dennis? Oh, yeah, I can hear.
2 questions, quick one. The sustainability performance targets looks heavily skewed in terms of carbon targets. So clarification that this does not involve other sustainability targets. For example, water, waste. It's focused entirely in terms of carbon. That's the first clarification. Second one is what specific targets have been negotiated so that to ensure the step down in terms of the loans? Is there some specific things you can share with? Thank you.
I'm happy to share with you, Dr. Ness. Are you familiar with NSRF, ISSB standard, the reporting standard, and so forth? Okay, the reason why the banks are now asking for your data is because the moment they lend the money to you, the funding to you, in the form of loan, you're considered a customer already, right? You consider part of a supply chain. And under NSRF, Scope 1, 2, and 3 is required to be reported as long you are a public listed company or as long as your revenue exceeds 2 billion ringgit. That is a roadmap, a strategy and so forth. So for the banks right now, anytime they want to loan out, they actually have to ask you to submit the data already. One of which is, of course, emission data. My understanding is that when we approach the banks, according to them, they all have their own matrix. Internally, they work out their own matrix one. But you're right. Is heavily skewed towards emission data, not so much on the S, not so much on the G, okay? Because I think they have their own reporting mandate required as well. So there's no unified sustainability so-called matrix to be deployed across everyone. But my understanding is Bank Negara and SC has more or less have some ongoing discussion with the banks now to let them decide and dictate how best they can move ahead to comply with the reporting mandate and so forth. But again, these are more on the financing institution and so, okay? Does that answer your question? Thank you. Sure, please.
For my understanding, the current NSR framework is focused in terms of the organizational level, your scope 1, 2, and 3.
That's true.
But what you are looking at, and please let me know if I got this correctly, is looking at a product footprint kind of a level. So there is a mismatch. For example, if you use ISO 14064, you're not going to get at the product level. You're going to get at the organizational level. Same goes for the GHG protocol as well. So could you just clarify in terms of that?
So are you familiar with RUPIN, the upcoming climate change bill? This is a big one. Everyone is keeping their eyes on it. So RUPIN is supposed to to provide the regulatory power to the Minister of NRES to mandate companies, organization to report the emission data, but only on the organization level only, not product. You're familiar with the steel industry right now. Malaysia has a very substantial industrial base when it comes to steel producer themselves. They are moving beyond organization level already. They come down to product level. Why? Because they need to comply with CBAM requirement. The EU buyers are asking for emission data down to the level of product. So that is driven solely by the buyers themselves. For MITI, especially for our matrate, whenever we go abroad, we always encourage them to, our organization, to report using the GRI standard. GRI standard, of course, refers to the full scale of all the ESG impact of this organization has on the people and the environment and so on, right? But companies themselves, those that are especially affected by CBAM, EUDR, they are now moving to product level. There's no mandate whatsoever coming from the government because this is solely affected and driven by the international buyers themselves and so forth. So you're right. When you talk about mismatch, it's not so much of a mismatch. For us, we just, especially for NRES, they want to know organizational emission profile, right? So then from there, you're able to know your emission is so much. Then we can introduce our carbon tax threshold, right? With the intention of trying to reduce the emission organization level. But that is not the case for the product. Product is specifically according to the buyers. Just to share with you, Dr. Chandra, last year some of our suppliers from part of the automotive supplier, local vendor, actually went and visited, I think Volvo HQ in Brussels, I think in EU. Volvo told them that right now on their table they lie down 10 screws. And Volvo told them that right now we are requiring our suppliers to actually disclose the level of the carbon intensity of this screw so that we can pick the lowest content so that we can proceed to hit our net zero target. Buyers are moving to that direction, product level. Not in the case for Malaysia, government specifically. Ours is focused more on the organization level. Again, thank you. Any more questions?
We'll take a last question.
Dr. Wong. My name is Mr. Wu. Can I ask what is the consequences if Malaysia fail to achieve Paris Agreement in 2030?
Unfortunately, I can't speak on behalf of NRES, but as far as I know, it's a collective decision. The government has made a decision that to hit 2050 to hit net zero, okay? And we are working towards there. Paris Agreement did not specify what would be the consequences or whatnot. As far as I know, when you are part of the Paris Agreement, you sign on to it, there's a goal for us to hit NDC. If you're familiar with NDC, I highly recommend you have a look. NDC outlines the overall national target on how we're going to achieve the target. What is interesting is that we actually receive a lot of capacity building and support coming from some other countries also. They will bring in newer technology, greener technology, and so on to assist us for our green transition. So that's number one. Again, because I'm not NRES, unfortunately, I won't really be able to answer more on the technical aspect. What is the consequence if we fail to achieve it? Okay, but as far as I know, Malaysia is still moving ahead. We're trying to bring everyone on board, and you see how we can actually assist the industry. The carbon pricing instrument, the one on carbon tax, are you familiar with domestic emission trading scheme? This is quite interesting. Domestic emission trading scheme will be one of the key areas that the government is considering to introduce on top of the carbon tax to assist the industry to do carbon trading so that they have more incentive to decarbonize. If you're familiar with this concept, I have excess carbon credit, I can sell to you. I can do trading. So there's a lot of tools that's available for us to assist the industry moving forward. Okay.
Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Wong for a very wonderful, insightful section. We would like to call upon Dr. Wong to the podium to receive a token appreciation from Dr. Chandra. Please. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Wong. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chandra. Thank you, Dr. Wong. And finally, we have the last section, the United Nations Environmental Day in Baku on 5th June 2026. A sustainable address, His Excellency Irfan Duvov, the Ambassador of Republic Azerbaijan, will be delivered by a representative, First Secretary Embassy of Azerbaijan to Malaysia, Ma'am Shabnam Karimova. Let me have a brief introduction first, ma'am. Okay, please listen. Okay. Ma'am Shabnam Karimova is a career diplomat with over 15 years of experience in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. She currently serves as the First Secretary of Embassy of Republic of Azerbaijan in Malaysia, where the representative country interests strengthen bilateral relationship. Her diplomatic career began in 2007 with internship at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, followed by early role as attached secretarial press service. She advanced through position of increasing responsibility, including third and second secretary at the press service of Embassy of Azerbaijan to Belgium, Luxembourg, and European Union. She later served as the first secretary in Brussels and in Ministry Department of Cooperation of International Human Rights. With that, we would like to call upon ma'am to take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to all. I would like to thank the organizers. Yeah, I think it's good now. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting our embassy to take part at today's seminar, which timely brings up such a vital issue as climate action for a sustainable future. I'm truly glad to be here today and giving this speech on behalf of my ambassador, His Excellency Mr. Irfan Davudov. Dear all, Azerbaijan's commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals is deeply embedded within its national development agenda, notably outlined in the Azerbaijan 2030 National Priorities for Socio-Economic Development, the country's sustainable transformative long-term strategy. Key outcomes of Azerbaijan's socio-economic development model include the reconstruction and rehabilitation of its liberated territories, strengthening of economic capacity, and substantial enhancement in social well-being, guided by Agenda 2030 principles. Environmental sustainability is nested as one of the 5 pillars of Azerbaijan's development strategy, underscoring the commitment to clean environment and green growth. Azerbaijan announced a voluntary commitment to create a net zero emission zone in the Karabakh and East Zangezur regions liberated from 30 years of occupation. The Azerbaijani government also recognizes the imperative of addressing global climate change through green technologies, transition to clean energy sources, and by changing the traditional linear model of production, consumption, waste to a circular model which puts resource efficiency, recycling, and environmental regeneration at the center. Inspired to deliver on its commitment to sustainable development, Azerbaijan successfully hosted the COP29 United Nations Climate Change Conference in 2024. Dear all, Azerbaijan ranks among the most mine-contaminated countries as a result of nearly 30-year occupation of its territories by Armenia. Cities and villages were totally razed to ground, and the historical and cultural sites were destructed. Mine problem in Azerbaijan has additional adverse impact on environment. Initial estimates suggest that Armenia during its occupation planted over 1.5 million of mines in the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. Recognizing the significant impact of mine contamination of the country's sustainable development, humanitarian demining has been formally designated as the 18th national SDG in Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan has adopted all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, while at the same time the country has been giving special attention to the goals for decreasing poverty, ensuring gender equality and providing decent work and ensuring economic growth. Within the last couple of years, the country adopted a strategic roadmap for the social and economic development of the key sectors with short-term, medium-term, and long-term target outlooks. One of the important documents adopted by Azerbaijani government was the employment strategy for 2019-2030 that encompassed most of the targets and indicators contained in SDG 8. Ladies and gentlemen, on June 5, 2026, the Republic of Azerbaijan hosted the global commemoration of World Environment Day in Baku, the capital city of Azerbaijan. I would like to invite you all to watch a few short videos dedicated to this significant day, as well as Azerbaijan's role on implementing the renewable energy and the climate change issues the country itself is being faced currently.
Our planet is sending us signals. Too wet, too dry, too hot to ignore. But listen. Listen again. Do you hear something else? Building. Growing. Now at scale. Now with momentum. Solutions too hot to ignore.
This duty
This is the sound of change.
protect the environment for the future
The
generations.
signals are clear.
States have a duty, very clear.
Now for climate.
Renewable energy is becoming increasingly cost competitive. It can be locally produced, it can be distributed locally.
In our general national energy and energy security policy, renewable plays the important factor. Azerbaijan has been the energy hub for a very long time. Currently, we want to also do that for the green energy.
I think the renewables is the way forward for SOCAR and for the country as well. The fossil fuels, sooner or later, they will be decreasing. With the renewables, it's a different story.
Renewable energy at this moment is not considered as a solution for environmental challenges only, but it is also considered as an economic opportunity.
Azerbaijan has a vast renewable potential. Its actual advantages for Azerbaijan and for our climate roles. In 2023, we commissioned the 230 megawatt Karadağ solar power plant, and another project which we already commissioned is a 240 megawatt Kızı offshore wind power plant.
Clean energy can bring huge impact on the lives and livelihoods of the overall population by creating lots of jobs, by bringing lots of different kind of climate resilient livelihoods.
Cutting methane emissions acts like a climate emergency brake. We slow down global warming right now and buy the world time to transition to clean energy.
With the methane, it's, well, you can call it no-brainer, right? Whatever you reduce, you avoid as an emissions. We used all technology that was available to us. We used satellite imagery, we used sensors that are specifically designed to identify methane emissions, drone flyovers, international experts to do ground measurements.
Mars, the Methane Alert and Response System, uses satellite data to find the biggest emitters, and then it alerts governments and countries so they can stop them. Responding to these methane alerts is the first step towards mitigation.
SOCAR has set several ambitious targets when it comes to decarbonization. We're aiming to get to near zero methane by 2035.
In our region, it is called Mother Caspian, because the Caspian Sea is not only geography, it is identity. For some, it is a source of livelihood. For some, it is a place of rest. But I think for many, it is part who they are. The memory, traditions, and the way of life that connects generation to generation. But today, the story is changing. Communities are already feeling these impacts. Fishermen are facing uncertainties, ecosystems are shifting. The climate change is not acting alone, and it is actually accelerating the pressure that already in place. For that reason, managing rivers and protecting them, monitoring them, are becoming more and more essential for the future of the Caspian Sea.
Nature always delivers on more than one front. Wherever we can support nature to function in a healthy manner, we're delivering benefits for people, for climate, and we're buffering the impacts of climate change.
It is our duty that we share. We should act now, collectively, responsibly, to ensure that the story continues.
Located at the crossroads of East and West along the historic Silk Road, Azerbaijan is a land of remarkable natural diversity. Its landscape spans two major climate zones, subtropical and temperate, and encompasses 8 distinct climate types, from subtropical forests to alpine ecosystems, creating rich biodiversity. As a Paris Agreement party, Azerbaijan is pursuing green growth and renewable energy at pace. Urban sustainability is advancing in Baku with modern, low and zero-emission buses, EV infrastructure, and smart city solutions. The Karabakh and East Zangezur regions are being transformed into zero-emission zones, blending renewable energy, ecosystem restoration, and post-conflict development. Modernized water management and climate-resilient agriculture further strengthen adaptation in drought-prone areas. Azerbaijan continues to play an important role in global climate action, hosting the COP29 climate talks in Baku in November 2024 and guiding the world to an agreement on mobilizing $300 billion in climate finance by 2035. Last month, Baku hosted the 13th session of World Urban Forum, which placed the focus on the need for climate resilience in cities. And earlier this month, Azerbaijan helped UN Environment Programme to focus minds and actions on climate change on the 54th global observance of World Environment Day. With global temperatures at near record levels, governments, businesses, communities, and individuals across the world marked World Environment Day on June 5, sounding the alarm on the need to urgently address climate change. This year's World Environment Day mainly focused on the global warming issue, as the past 11 years have been the 11 hottest on record. At the official ceremony for World Environment Day, officials highlighted the need for urgent collective and individual action to stave off the worst impacts of climate change and adapt to a changing environment. As our planet continues to face down the devastating impacts of climate change, Azerbaijan was honored to host World Environment Day 2026 and join calls to address this global crisis. Azerbaijan, like countries across the world, is working to address climate impacts, including the shrinking of the Caspian Sea, the world's largest inland body of water, as we saw in the video a while ago. Alongside conservation efforts, the government has pledged a 40% emissions reduction by 2035 and has a renewable energy target of 30% by 2030. Azerbaijan has also shown global leadership in multilateral environmental processes, including hosting the UN Climate Change Conference, COP29, and more recently, the World Urban Forum. Hosting these global celebrations for the first time in the region marks an important occasion for Azerbaijan. It reflects acknowledgement of Azerbaijan's increasingly active role in raising environmental awareness at the international level and its contribution to collective efforts to protect our planet. The goal of a clean environment and the green growth country has been identified as one of the 5 key national priorities for Azerbaijan's socio-economic development through 2030. In line with this priority, targeted efforts are being undertaken to enhance green spaces and forest areas, ensure the efficient use of water resources and sustainable energy sources, and establish modern infrastructure for waste management. Immediately after the liberation of its territories, Azerbaijan launched large-scale reconstruction and rehabilitation efforts in its Karabakh and East Zengezur economic regions, rebuilding infrastructure in line with the smart city and smart village concepts. Green energy projects and modern technologies will contribute to the ecosystem restoration. At the same time, Karabakh and East Zengezur, officially declared as green energy zones, offer strong renewable energy potential, including solar, wind, and hydropower resources. Developing green energy is among Azerbaijan's policy priorities. Dear participants, under the global call on Inspired by Nature for Climate for Our Future, this year's World Environment Day focused on drawing attention to the urgent need to deepen nexus between climate action and nature. Today, climate crisis transcends borders, making it imperative to enhance international cooperation. During its COP29 chairmanship, Azerbaijan provided an important platform for climate diplomacy and multilateralism, as well as reinforced global solidarity, building bridges between developing and developed countries. Azerbaijan will continue to play an active role in advancing the global environmental agenda by promoting multilateral cooperation with the aim of leaving future generations a green and sustainable legacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our First Secretary, Embassy of Azerbaijan. We would like to, on the podium please, we would like to call upon Dr. Chandra to give a certificate of appreciation to our First Secretary. Okay, let's give a round of applause to our embassy. Okay, with this, we are on the last stage, the conclusion remarks of today's seminar. Just allow me 5 minutes before we giving away the certificates to the participants. As we come to the end of this inspiring international seminar on green and sustainability, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to every one of you for your active participation, valuable insight, and unwavering commitment towards creating a greener and more sustainable future. On behalf of Malaysian Green Technology Society, MGTS, and the Department of Polytechnic and Community College, Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers, panelists, moderators, organizing committee, sponsors, industries, partners, researchers, academicians, students, and participation from Malaysia and abroad for making today's seminar in surrounding success. For your kind info, there was 210 viewers in the YouTube channel. Today's conference has demonstrated one important reality: sustainability is no longer an option. It is an imperative. Climate change, resource scarcity, biodiversity losses, stakeholders, demand, and that governments, industrials, education institutions, communities work together with greater urgency than ever before. Throughout today's program, we explore how environmental, social, and governance ESG principles are transforming organizations beyond regulatory compliance into culture and responsible leadership. We learned that ESG should be a part of organization DNA. Our discussion highlights the growing importance of accurate ESG reporting, the need and arrangement collaboration between academia and industry linkages. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference was not merely a platform for sharing knowledge, it was a platform for building partnership. The future of sustainability depends on breaking traditional boundaries between government and academia, researchers and industries, policymakers and practitioners, investors and innovators, local community and global partners. Only through meaningful collaboration can we successfully achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 16. And most importantly, SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. As an educator, we have responsibility to cultivate sustainability competency among our students. As a researcher, we must generate practical solutions that industries can adopt. As an industry, we must embrace innovation and invest responsibility. As a policymaker, we must create enabling ecosystem and encourage sustainable transformation. As an individual, each of us has a responsibility to become an ambassador of sustainable living. Let today not remembered simply as another conference. Let it become the beginning of stronger research collaboration, greener innovation, impactful policy development, industry partnership, student exchange, joint publication, technology, commercialization, and cross-boundary initiative across Asia-Pacific region and beyond. The journey towards net zero is not a sprint. It is a marathon requiring resilience, innovation, leadership, and collaboration. Remember that sustainability is not merely about protecting the environment. It is about protecting our economy. It is about protecting our community. It is about protecting our future generation. Before I conclude, I would like to once again express my sincere expression to all the organizing committees, especially to PSA, the team, Puan Norizam, and the team for very wonderful work. I would like to thank Dr. Aftas for giving us a full support to make use of the facilities of PSA and other arrangements, the sponsors, exhibitors, volunteers, media partners, participants for the tremendous support and dedication, and nevertheless the ICT team from PSA, the IT teams. May today's discussion inspire concrete action tomorrow. Together, let us continue bridging the gap for greener tomorrow with that, thank you, terima kasih, safe travel, and we look forward on working with all of you again in a future sustainability innovation. Thank you.